Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the OSC King of the Hill, weekly number 218. Your weekly dose of King of the Hill StarCraft. I'm going to say VIP with you, enjoyed by these amazing players, by the viewing chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one all to our second broadcast of the day. We were live just previously with the podcast. Now we are back with our OSC King of the Hill. Let's go. Let us go as we have our first match of the broadcast. And this morning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, the current reigning King of the Hill. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Xeritus Esports. It is the new challenger. It is Cham. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. So jump into our first of many best of ones. Here we go. If you maybe haven't tuned into the OSC King of the Hill in the past, this is a King of the Hill style format. Basically, the winner stays on and the loser is eliminated. So you can go on these massive win streaks, as every single one of these matches are best of ones. And we have 15 best of ones in total. And can we see a player go on a massive win streak? We'll see who can bring down the current king, as MaxPax is the reigning King of the Hill from last week. He was of course invited to be the starting king, and here he is. Here we go. Again, so far we do have a standard opener out of MaxPax. Meanwhile, Cham, it was his map of choice, going hatch a gas pool. Whereas relatively standard opener here out of our Zerg player. But Cham, he is known for some cheeky builds, some cheeky instances. He's known for some unique and quirky styles. So we'll see if he has something special in store for us to bring down MaxPax. Let's go. Let us go. For the time being, we're going to be settling in. We do see MaxPax going across the map, does scout, it does confirm, will be disrupting some of the mining here at the natural base, in the main base as well, just to delay the economy for as long as he can. Outside of that, we are going to be settling in. Here we go. And again, it's great to see MaxPax returning to OSC King of the Hills. He's not the most, I should say he's not the most active, or maybe not the most regular of players in OSC King of the Hill tournaments, but of course in recent times he has been now taking part in more events. Not just MaxPax, but Showtime. It's also been great to see Showtime's return to OSC King of the Hills as well. Also not necessarily a regular, but recently has been more and more active, especially in the lead up to EWC, in the lead up to the Esports World Cup. Till then, though, again, we do have a standard opener, Stargate here out of MaxPax. Meanwhile, Cham going for his own third back at home, still droning, still saturating, no early tech of choice. You can see that Cham also pulls out of gas. We're not rushing into an early lair, we're not rushing into early roaches. It is still just going to be standard play out of Cham. I still expect Cham to do something more crazy and something more committed and something more aggressive, but so far everything is standard. Speaking of, we see anything but out of MaxPax. That is a Void Ray, not an Oracle. So Void Ray first by MaxPax. The Overlord does scout, the Overlord does confirm the Void Ray that's on the way, and Cham, he will back off. He will retreat. You can see the Overlords, they're racing back home as the Void Ray is going to be on the hunt and will be denying vision. Now from here, MaxPax, he himself can be cheeky instead. We could see Void Ray into Stargate into Skytoss, we could see Void Ray into Twilight Council into Glaive Depths, or we could see Void Ray into Oracle into a third, into a standard game. It's up to MaxPax. What are we going for? Void Ray moves out, Void Ray into Oracle into a third base so far. Standard opener. Let's go. And again, this opener is designed to hunt down Overlords and to keep vision away from Cham, to keep him in the dark, and to also potentially supply block as well. As MaxPax is searching for an Overlord. We can see them, of course, they're further out on the map. MaxPax is searching. Is searching, does hit the main. Going for the workers, does get one drone goes down. Void Ray does take some hull damage, but nothing major yet. Meanwhile, you have a third base into Twilight Council into Forge. From here, it looks like a standard opener plus on and blink. This could be a charge base opener, but I feel like typically we'd see a little bit of an earlier Twilight Council if that were to be the case. Keep an eye on MaxPax. So far, so good. Behind this is going to be Lair First out of Cham. Lair First, no Roach Warren, no Balioness, only a single Eva Chamber. This feels like we might be rushing into Hydras here. I'm leaning towards Eva Chamber into +1 range. Melee, if we were to go into +1 melee, then the Eva Chamber would have been much earlier. Much earlier here for Cham. So leaning towards range, leaning towards extra gases, leaning towards a Hydra Den. But we'll see. Keep an eye on our Zerg player. Keep an eye on Cham. On este chamaco. Before he does dip in. And yep, there it is, Hydra Den. As we had assumed, just because we were hiding tech, or just because we were skipping tech. Ooh, a stasis goes off on the queens. But yep, is going to be Hydra's, is going to be +1 range. And from here, Cham has a choice to make. He could get a 4th base just for Larva and only drone up to 3 base saturation, or he could drone up further and then tech up into an infestation bit and then go in towards a lurker tech. So do we go for the all-in? Do we decide to embrace a greater economy? Cham so far, his cutting works at 67. There's +1 range on the way. Hydras are amassing as we speak, and so far it looks like he's going to commit. He's going to need to, though, because MaxPax will soon push out himself. Blink is still on the way, +1 still on the way, but the Stalkers are moving out to deny the 4th. Stalkers, they pick in. Stasis goes off. Stasis going off on 5 legs so far. Cham making a stand, just trying to buy some time. Still staying on a very low drone count, also staying on 3 base economy. 4th is done. Now I'm asking him more Hydras. Cham trying to hold on, not just hold, trying to survive and trying to force us back. Stasis Dress once again going off. Getting baited out. Stasis Traps are getting baited. Oh. MaxPax does poke in, getting another Hydra. Hydra goes down. There's still another Stasis Traps behind this. And Cham, he is soon reaching his final form. Has droned up a little bit here this 4th. And he's droning even further. Oh, he's droning up a little bit further here. Still no further tech though. Ooh. Stasis goes off. Stalkers pull away. Behind this, we've been taking up, and MaxPax working towards Storm. Storm is almost done. 4th base as well. So again, MaxPax, he's taking. His army is going to get stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, Cham is not. Cham, sure, he did run up to 80, and he's getting another expansion, but there's no pits, there's no lurker den. It's purely Ling Bane Hydra. Is all the Cham is working with. Hydras, they respond to the Void Ray. It looks like they will get here in time. Just in time to save it. Likewise, MaxPax pushing on the right hand side. He's got plenty of storms. He has an Archon, no War Prism with the main army yet. Prism is still on the way. Actually, in the main. Oh, yeah, War Prism in the main. The Zelsta do warp in. They're headed into the mineral line. They're going to be slow lots. Bear that in mind. Decent Storm on some Zerglings. Storm turns away the Hydra's. Nice splits here from Cham. Does split nicely. Cham is holding. Cham defends against the slow lots. He does hold it, does defend. MaxPax taking up in towards Skytoss. We have Fleet Peak and Stargate. Skytoss is on the way. MaxPax going to embrace a much longer game state. Meanwhile, Cham, he's all in. I say he's all in. On the one hand, yes, he's on 81 workers. He's maxed out as well. But as I was trying to emphasize before, there's no tech here. The longer this game goes on, the worse it's going to be for Cham. Cham, he has to trade well. He has to knock down an expansion. Otherwise, he'll just be outscaled. So in that sense, Cham is committed. In that sense, Cham is all in. Cham does rush forward. How good are the Storms? Storms, they don't quite connect. Yeah, they mainly zone away. Bailey's they do roll in. They force a warp in. They force an Archon. And probes are going to be going down. Cham, he is breaking the expansion. MaxPax completely out of position. And by the time MaxPax gets here, he will lose the expansion. He will lose the base. He'll lose the middle line. 24 probe kills. Lings, they come in from behind. Once again, nice splits here by Cham. Yeah, he shuts down some of the High Templar. 2 more High Templar going down as well. Going for the mineral line. MaxPax, losing out more workers. 29 probe kills, and Cham, he's wreaking havoc. It's snowballing out of control. MaxPax, he may be the reigning king of the hill, but he will lose a second mineral line. Ay, ay, ay. And Lings, they just keep rallying forward. 39 worker kills. Cham rallying in. And MaxPax, he has no Storm. He has no Storm, he has no High Templar. Cham, he should be able to break the 4th and break the 5th base as well. And again, as you mentioned, Cham, he was all in, but he was able to overwhelm. Again, MaxPax, he was out of position. He was just out of position. He was not at his base, at his 3rd, ready to defend. He got zoned out, and as he's been taking into Tempest, I mean, Cham doesn't care. Cham doesn't care. He's just going for more bases, more expansions. He'll knock down another Nexus. MaxPax, who was just taking up too quickly, thinking further ahead. As a result, his main army did suffer, had a smaller main army. And sure, now he has Tempest, but it's too late. Still too late. He has no economy. And Cham, he should make sure that MaxPax never expands. That MaxPax, he never expands, he never takes a 3rd. Speaking of MaxPax trying to re-expand here towards left-hand side, and all Cham has to do is rotate and knock down the expansion once again. Once he realizes what's going on, Cham, he hasn't scattered the base yet. He is massing up an army. As I'll say, do sit by, they're headed towards expansion. Sprankle is in position. Takes down a queen. More bailings rolling in. MaxPax trying to make a stand, but Cham, he has double the supply. And now working towards the Spire, working towards Corruptors. Cham, he's ready. And again, it's on Cham to break this army. Even if he trades inefficiently, this will be better. If he can get a Templar, an Archon here and there, he should trade. They're gonna rolling in. Nice Storms on the Hydras. Very nice. Oh god, the Hydras, they tank the Storms. But Archons are still going down. He's out of Storms, out of High Templar. GG gets called, and Cham, he will take down the current King of the Hill. And Cham, his reign has begun. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Cham, he will take down MaxPax. A big win here for Cham, a big upset as well. MaxPax, he is one of the best Protoss players in the world, but Cham, he will knock him down here and now in the best of 1, and Cham is the new King of the Hill. GG, GG, well played. Cham, he will take it. MaxPax, he is out of the tournament, and suddenly I was ready to lock in. I was ready to lock in for like a big 5 to 10 game win streak, 5 to 10 game win streak here for MaxPax, and then never mind. Never mind, baby, never mind. As instead, Cham, he is here to claim it. He is here to go to town. GG, well played. Talking about the game a little bit here, MaxPax, he was surprisingly passive. What I mean by that, he went for a Void Ray opener into a standard follow-up, going in towards Void Ray into Oracle into 3rd base. Following that, he went for some Blinkstalker pressure in towards taking up into Storm, in towards a 4th expansion, in towards Sky Toss. Again, MaxPax was relatively passive, he was very tech heavy, he was building up work towards a longer game, and he was caught out by the all-in. As we mentioned, Cham, he was maxed out on lair tech. He was maxed out on a lair tech army. There was no infestation bit, there was no hive, there was nothing further there for Cham. He droned up to 80 and then just maxed out, and MaxPax, he was caught with his pants down. The pants were down, and Cham takes the win. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. Ooh, we are getting into our second matchup here, and it is going to be a ZVT. We have our next challenger. Cham, of course, he's the King of the Hill, and we'll see how long his reign will last as he's up against his next opponent. Up next is going to be a ZVT. Up next is going to be a ZVT here between Cham and Spirit. Oh boy. Here we go. And we'll see how Spirit fares as we're getting into a very different kind of matchup. Now, for those that may be unfamiliar with Cham, I would say ZVT is his weakest matchup, for sure. I would say this is his weakest matchup. This is where he does struggle in the most. This is where I'm going to be favoring the Terran coming into this, but we'll see as we get into game number 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing ROC Esports, the new challenger himself. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the Mexican Zerg representing Exertis Esports, the current King of the Hill. It is Cham. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as jump into our PV or our ZBT. Again, give Cham any Zerg player out there. We've seen Cham take down Solar as of late. We've seen him threaten Cyril. I think he took even maps off of Cyril as well during RSL. Like Cham, he was a beast. Wait, did he beat Cyril? I want to say. But like ZVZ is where he can thrive. ZVP as well. But against Terran, this is where the real challenge begins for Cham. And we'll see if he can cause an upset. Now, I will say that Spirit, he has been less active as of late. Spirit, he's been less active. Spirit, he's been a little bit more vulnerable. I do lean towards the weekend. If you were here for the Polish Championship, you would have seen Spirit versus a Laser. And what did Laser do against Spirit in that best of 5? A Laser, he all-in the hell out of Spirit. He went for a non-stop roach aggression and roach all-ins, and Spirit had a really hard time at keeping up, surviving, and defending against those all-ins. And Cham is a roach boy, 100%. Cham, he's the kind of player that does like to embrace roaches. So if he were to also go for roach aggression, that is where Cham can cause an upset. That's where he can bring down Spirit, similar to what Laser did over the weekend. So we'll keep an eye on Cham. Let's go. So did you read the RSL thread? I did not. Did not. But here we go. So far, so good. So far, we do have Rex expand. Oh, sorry, CC first. My apologies. CC first here at the Spirit. So very greedy opener. But this is what he's known for, right? He's known for going for CC first. Like Spirit, he's known for his greed, especially when it comes to his openers, especially when it comes to the early game. Meanwhile, we have Cham back at home going for a standard opener himself, and we'll see what he can get away with here. Again, we're expecting Cham to go into roaches towards the mid game, but we'll see. Cham, he can play into mutas, for example. He can try some other strategies. We'll see what Cham brings to the table. I know for a long time he was playing a lot with Stormhost, even Stormhost against Bio. That's not a style that he whipped out against Kelazor and Special, of course, in his own respective region. Was back during DreamHack Latino America a couple of years ago at this point. But we'll see. We'll see what he's fond of in the current era of StarCraft. Let's go. Doesn't Beyond have the longest streak now with 22 wins? Wikipedia still says Special with 21. I'm not too familiar. I know that the OSC website has the win streaks. I would trust the OSC website over the Wikipedia, but I believe they have the longest win streaks in the Hall of Fame listed there. So I would just like cross-reference, I suppose, cross-reference with the OSC website for that sort of thing. Here we go. For now, we are setting up. Behind this, we do have our follow-up here, third CC for Starport. So economic follow-up here out of Spirit. We'll see how Cham does tech. I see Este Luciano in chat. Björn broke the record last week. 22 was a new record. Oh, there you go. Shout out to Eddie. Shout out to Eddie for giving us that update that Este Björn has the new win streak of 22 wins. That is crazy. It's insane. Este Björn. Meanwhile, we have our build of choice, third TC in towards Cloak Banshee. So economic opener here with a bit of a more tech heavy follow-up, just designed to get some economic damage done, just designed for map control, I should say, and even designed to shut down roach play. Meanwhile, that is an early lair. That is a 4:15 lair timing. Okay, so early lair here by Cham, earlier than normal. Gases are already on the way as well. And my assumption initially was that we'd see roach play, but that's a lot of gases. With the early lair, with the 4 gases, this could be fast muta. Like, muta play is suddenly on the table. So we'll see if Cham is that crazy to rush into Spire, to rush into mutas. We'll see what the gas is going to be spent on. Technically, this could still lead into a roach warren, into Evo chambers, into upgrades. But if that was the case, we would have seen a roach warren by now. Just so it could be lined up. So the longer this game goes on, the higher chance there is that we're going to see a Spire. Now, I did speak about Swarmhost play, and I was talking about how Cham has done that before against Spire. That's also going to be, I guess, an option here for Cham. I bring it up for him more than any other just because of what we've seen in the past, but we'll soon see the second choice. There it is! Spire into mutas. Let's go! As we mentioned, we saw the gas, we saw the lair, so it did screen Spire. I was flirting with the idea of Swarmhose, but that is going to be Muta play here out of Cham, and it's going to be on Spirit to scout. Spirit, he has seen nothing so far. Now, he does have an active Hellion Force, and he has Banshees coming out as well, so he does have some opportunities to scout, right? The Banshees, the Hellions, we'll see if he does get into the natural, we'll see if he confirms what's going on. Also, I saw Este Luciano in the chat. Este Luciano. 0-1. Yes. For those that are curious, this is a King of the Hill style format, and currently Cham is on a 1-game win streak. As Banshees, they do come in from behind. They hit the mineral line. 1, 2 drones going to be going down. 3 drones even. Yeah, 3 worker kills so far, but the Queens are keeping up and they will zone away the Banshees. Meanwhile, what's more important, the scouts. He sees gases. He sees the lair. He sees all 4 gases as well. He saw the lack of building on. He didn't quite check the natural base. For all he knows, there could be Evo chambers. There could be a nest. So Spirit, he still doesn't have full complete information yet. He has a piece of the puzzle. But the gases, oh no, my apologies, he saw, my apologies. Did see the Spire with the Banshees, did barely get a glimpse of them, and there we go, turrets are on the way. Spirit, he's getting ready. There are turrets in each mineral line, we should be seeing a turret here covering the production as well. And Spirit, he pulls away. He's getting ready for the mutas. So really crucial scout here from Spirit. So it's where the Overlord. Fire was amassing. And again, typically where mutas can really thrive is with that surprise factor, right? If they can be kept hidden from your opponents, if you can get across the map, getting into a mineral line without any turrets, then damage can be done. Without that surprise factor, though, I have to favor Spirit. We'll see. We'll see if Cham does find a way in. As they do rotate. As they do pull away. As they do pull away. We do see Spirit commit here across the map. I mean, again, we're on ultra low, so the rush distance background is quite short, and this is a brutal position here. We have Hellbats, we have tanks, the bio army is nicely spread, and Cham is going to have a hard time engaging. Ideally, he can try to pick away at the army with the mutas, but again, in a head-on fight, mutas, they struggle. They do struggle, and here we go, he collapses in. Alien Bane does roll on forward, gets us over the first line of tanks. Bailings, they do not make it through, though. Some of them do. Oh, we get some okay connections. Not too many Marines. Too many Marines on the Bailings. The Marines, they can stim, and they can win. Without Banelings, there's no stopping Spirit. Yeah, there's no stopping him. Breaks through all the Queens, and there is nothing left. As we mentioned before here, when it comes to these head-on fights, mutas, they struggle. And once Spirit saw that it was going to be mutas, he just built up towards one A-move army. And Bappy, let's go. He breaks through. He breaks through, he can stim and keep on going. There's how many Banelings left? 3. 3 Banelings down to 2. Down to 1. Down to 0. 0 Banelings left. GG gets called. Spirit, he will break through the main force, and Spirit, he will be our new King of the Hill. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Spirit. He will claim the win. Will claim the win. As we mentioned, Cham, his weakest matchup is ZBT, but more importantly, as we mentioned, one of the big strengths of going into Muta play is that surprise factor. If you can keep that tech hidden from your opponents, then you can thrive. You can get across the map, you can get economic damage done, you can contain your opponent, you can gain map control. But because Spirit saw it ahead of time, the turrets were ready, and that means he could get ready for his own push across the map. When you go into mutas like this, your ground army does suffer, right? Your upgrade is going to be late, your Link Bane is going to be smaller, because you're spending so much gas on mutas. So when you get scattered like that, it just takes so much wind out of the sails of Muta play. This is also why Muta play is very out of the norm and out of the meta in current StarCraft 2, just because it is heavily reliant on keeping it hidden. if it gets scouted, it's just so difficult to still make work, especially on smaller maps. I should emphasize that as well. Even if you get scouted, you can maybe pull this off on Tokamak or on Maganatha, but on these smaller maps like Pylon, like Torches, or like Ultra Love as well, you get punished even harder. We saw that it didn't take long at all for Spirit to walk across the map. GG. GG, well played. With that, Spirit, he will claim the win here, and we are getting ready to for our next matchup. We're heading on over to the European region. We're heading over to Europa for our next best of one. Let's go. Let us go. Shout out to Cham for taking down the biggest name and the reigning champion, of course. I'm sure Spirit is very thankful. I'm sure Spirit is like, phew, thank God. Thank God you dealt with MaxPax for repap. Yay. As we are gearing up for our next matchup, here we go. We're setting up in the European region for our next best of one. It's gonna be a best of one between Spirit and Nicaract. Nicaract, of course, for a long time was known for being a TVT sniper. Nowadays, I would go as far as to say that TVP might be his best matchup instead of TVT, but it's still quite strong. It's still definitely up there, and I do believe that he can take a best of one for sure. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the blue Terran player. We have the Platinum Heroes Terran, our new challenger. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the Polish Terran, representing ROC Esports, the current King of the Hill. It is Spirit. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Well, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into RTBT. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. Yo, shout out to Juanito in the chat. Así es especial. Dropping by, which might be indicative of maybe seeing special later on in the tournament. It's possible. It's possible. Might see him. But yes, if you're in the chat, don't forget to get your gamma going. Predictions are open. Best of luck, best of luck. So now we have a double gas opener here out of Nicaract. Meanwhile, we do have Spirit going for a single gas opener instead. So once again, a more economic start out of Spirit, which is more expected. I mean, hey, we saw CC first out of Spirit against Cham. Here we're seeing Rax expand, and welcome one and all to Pylon. Pylon, a little bit more known for aggression here, but we'll see how Nicaract does decide to take up. Again, double gas into a faster factory. From here, we'll keep an eye on his add-ons to see if he does go for a more committed Reaper Hellion based opener, if he goes for an earlier add-on swap, if he goes for Cyclone, if he has other plans. We have seen a rise in popularity of Banshee based play in TVT as well, so we might see Nicaract head in that direction. We'll keep an eye on them. For now, CC. CC is on the low ground. Here we go. See chat. Special, where have you been? We still compete. Special, he was recently showcased during the off the top of my head, we just spoke about it during the podcast. The Kirktown Brawl. The Dave Tessa, he hosted some show matches. He hosted some show matches a couple of days ago. We were able to feature Juanito versus Starkiller. I think that was the most recent event that Juanito played in. Is maybe not the most active that as he used to back in the day, but might see him later on tonight. Might see him. Might see him again. Otherwise, going to be settling in. Spirit getting a safety bunker here back at home as he's going into his own bioproduction, actually getting a second Reaper out, but just to be safe, just to be secure, just to maintain his own natural. The bunker is getting up. Likewise, double Reaper into the mineral line towards the main. It's going to be zoned away. Spirit Safari is holding. Spirit Safari does defend. And with this, he'll have a slightly boosted economy. He has the faster orbital, of course he can mule. He has that over his opponents. Nicaract still getting his own natural up and running. Behind this, of course, because of the faster gas, we have a faster starport. Tech Lab is done, and are we going for the add-on swap? Oh, not quite. We're keeping the Tech Lab on the factory, going as Cyclone first. Oh, Reaper Hellion into the mineral line. So far, 1, 2 SCVs going to be going down, getting up to 3. Not bad. Despite the bunker, he still gets in. Oh, Hellions are denied entry into the main base. The Reaper does get shut down. 3 SCV kills is okay damage, but is completely cleaned up. I'm sure he was hoping for a little bit more. That was 3. Oh, Jesus. That was 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions for 3 SCVs, 4 in total. Was a bit of a rougher trade here for Nickracht. With that, he will lose map control. Now it's time for Spirit to counterattack. Let's go. So let's race across the map. As he counterattacks, 3rd CC has been thrown down. So Spirit, he already has somewhat of an economic lead, looking to extend that lead. Does threaten the mineral line. Raven production has begun. I guess an SCV. Gets an SCV. Nickracht does punish. At the same time, Reapers they bust into the main while Nickracht was distracted. And that's going to be another 3 SCV kills, 4 SCVs. And already, Spirit just doing as much, if not more, damage than earlier. Sure, Nickracht, he killed 3, 4 SCV kills. That's going to be 6 SCVs going down. Ay, ay, ay. And Spirit takes the lead. Spirit, he does take an economic lead. Remember, he already had that 3rd CC on the way. Spirit's going to be in a stronger position. And the pressure is on Nickracht. Again, the Reapers did overwhelm. They shouldn't have gotten as much damage as they did. Behind this, building up his tanks, building up his Ravens. We'll see if he does go for extra production first before a 3rd base. We'll see how committed Nickracht is going to be. On the one hand, things are looking a little bit more rough for Nickracht for sure, but at the end of the day, it's still, in TVT at least, positional play is still paramount. You can be down in supply, down a tank, down in positioning, or sorry, down in supply, but you can still outposition, so you can still take a better fight. The pressure is still on Nickracht though, for sure. Pressure is on. Behind this, extra racks is being thrown down. Spirit, of course, taking advantage of his greater economy. Nickracht is not fully aware. There we go. 3rd CC is on the way, so he's not going for any kind of crazy all-in. There's no like 2nd star, port 2 base all-in or anything crazy like that. And we'll see what he can get done. Now, of course, something that Nickracht can try to do here is try to gain map control and delay the 3rd. As I say that, Spirit is expanding. Is taking his 3rd base. We'll see if Nickracht can do anything about that. So that's my big concern here, is that Spirit just gets out of hand and out of control with this 3rd. But here comes a move out. Here comes Nickracht. Let's go. Here comes Nickracht. Checking the units tab here, we have 3 Ravens versus 3 Ravens. Nickracht does have a 1 tank lead, 1 tank advantage. As he moves out, Spirit, he will scout. Yeah, it does confirm. Does confirm the main army. Spirit getting in position. Does rotate, or at least should be looking to. Does scan. A little bit later to react, and Spirit, he does give up on this position. Does lift. He lifts, he backs up. So despite the faster 3rd base, not able to make use of it. Oh. Vikings amassing as well. Nickracht is still, sorry, as Spirit is still being contained. Nickracht claiming his own 3rd. He's catching up. Let's go. Still has to morph in the orbital, but doing so far a good job. Just catching up at recovering. Spirit just now trying to expand. Nickracht is aware, thankfully, with that scan. Now moving in. Does move in once again. Does delay the 3rd. And Spirit, he pulls the boy. Let's go. He just pulls the boys. Okay, pulls back. Thank God. I was like, where are we going? Where are we going? Pulled them for a moment, does pull back. Marines, they do go for a massive counterattack, and there's nothing at home to defend. Ay, ay, ay. Nickracht out of position. Yeah, he did miss the move out. Marines, they get into the mineral line. SCV's going to be falling. No stim, thankfully, but they're going for the CC. They're going for the 3rd base. At the same time, Nickracht forced in and does go for the massive sable. Gets 1, 2, 3 tanks. Takes down 3, but GG gets called. He cannot break through. Nickracht, he is stopped, and Spirit will take the game and will extend his win streak. GG. GG. Whew. Again, shout out to Spirit for seeing an opening there, seeing an opportunity to just zoom across the map, to send everything across the map. Unfortunately, we saw that Nickracht, he missed the move out. He was out of position, was not ready back at home. In the end, he was forced into the all-in. He was forced to commit into the bases. GG. GG, well played. With that, Spirit, he will take another win. Congratulations. Congratulations, your Spirit. He does claim another win, does take down Nicaract, and we'll see if he can be stopped. We'll see who can take his place here on top of the throne. As up next, we have our next challenger. Up next, we have a Protoss player. For match number 4, we have MindoVK. Let's go. Let us go. MindoVK is going to be stepping up into the ring. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, for those that are unaware, this is a best of 1 King of the Hill style format. I saw earlier some people asking about what the in-game score is. The in-game score is the current win streak that the player is on. That's why Spirit was shown with a number 1 next to his name, and that's why for the next game there's going to be a number 2, because he's on a 2-game win streak. But for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time or maybe unaware, if you're tuning in for the first time, I'd ask you, it's been 218 weeks, Pappy. Where have you been? Where have you been? Aye, aye, aye. "218 weeks." But let's go. Just catching with the chat. Cham took that MaxPax? Yeah, Cham, he popped off. Was the first to bring down MaxPax here tonight, or I guess the only. Unfortunately, it was a little bit short-lived, a little bit for Chamaco, but again, he's a really strong player. As we mentioned at the time, maybe a little bit weaker in some matchups more than others. In ZVT, we saw that. I mean, I recommend checking out the VOD. For those matches, for those games. Do recommend it. A lot of fun. As we are getting ready for our next best of 1, here we go. We're getting into our TVP. We have Spirit vetoing Maganatha. Interesting. Maganatha being one of the larger and in a way more spread out maps out there. So it does veto Maganatha, and we're going to be stepping into ley lines. Let's go. Go. So Ley Lines is going to be coming up next, and a shout to MindoVK. Again, he's a player that I feel like goes under the radar, and even goes under our radar at times as well. But in recent months, he's been improving quite a lot. I feel like MindoVK, he for a long time, again, he especially last year, he was focusing a lot on streaming, focusing a lot on content creation, hosting tournaments, casting as well, and even nowadays playing in 2v2s. But his results have been improving. Like this year specifically, he's been getting better and better results, and has been causing more and more upsets as well. Of course, coming into this, Spirit is still the favorite player, 100%, still favored. But there are definitely players that can cause those upsets, and MindoVK can definitely spike up in skill here. I'm curious to see what special builds he has up his sleeve, especially in a best of 1, right? In a best of 1, anything can happen. I mean, hey, Cham just took down the MaxPax, for example. Spirit just took down Nicaract. Crazy, I know. So we'll see what our Protoss has ready for us. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our red Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MindoVK. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. Este Piotr. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 1, as we get into match number 4. Oh boy. As we get into match 4 of the broadcast, let's go. And again, so far, Spirit, he has begun his win streak. He's got 2 wins under his belt so far. That is Cham and Nicaract. So far, Zerg, a Terran. Can they get a Protoss as well? Oh, hello. As we are maybe a little bit indecisive as to how we do want to open up. Obviously, if you're in the chat, best of luck. Best of luck with your predictions. Best of luck. As it's gonna be a lot tonight. It's gonna be a lot. But now, Gate Cybercore opener here by MindoVK. Spirit going for a single gas, so he's going for a Rax expand. Economic start out of our Terran player. Not as crazy as a CC first, but economic nonetheless. As the CC's on location. And from here, we're going to be settling in. And again, for the most part, my eyes are going to be on MidoVK. In regards to what build he has to offer, does he go for a standard opener into Twilight Council, into 3 gates and Robo Blink on 2 bases into a delayed third? Does he try to cut corners and be greedier? Bearing in mind that surprisingly, MidoVK he's scouting for proxies, but he doesn't go across the map, so he's not fully aware of a Spirit's opener. I mean, he can hazard a guess, it is Spirit of course, so you can assume that it's going to be more economic and less tech heavy, but he is making that assumption. At least until now. Here comes a hallucination. Now, what you can go for, especially if your opponent is being a little bit more economic, you can try to cut some corners, you can try to delay extra gateways and go for a faster third. That is something that maybe you can get away with against Spirit, maybe. But I also know that even though Spirit, he has a reputation of being very greedy at times, due to what I see a second Rax on the way before Starport. Okay, second Rax has been thrown down, and we'll see if Spirit even throws down a third Rax before Starport as well. We'll see how aggressive he'll be in the follow-up. Speaking of, okay, Starport's on the way, so a bit of a 2-1-1 variation here from Spirit. Doesn't delay his Starport too much. Still delayed, but not as much as it otherwise could have been. Behind this, Twilight Council has been thrown down for MidoVK. He did get eyes on the second Rax, so he's somewhat aware. He's aware of the heavier commitment into Bio. He's aware of the earlier stim. And he confirms, yeah. Second hallucination, does go in, does confirm. Tech lab on the Rax, of course. No tech lab on any other building. He's aware the stim is going to be prioritized. And of course he gets eyes on the Lord of Mine. Behind this, how many gates are we on? So far, getting a second gateway, so 2-gate blink into a Robo before the third. But it's still expanding. There it is. That's going to be a third base before third gateway. So a little bit greedier than normal, but I do think that you can get away with this, especially against the opener that Spirit is going for. MidoVK just has to make sure he's ready for that stim timing. As we have the initial mine drop on the way. Army's in position. MidoVK is ready. Spirit does attempt to boost in, sees the army, backs off. And I appreciate how patient Spirit is being. He doesn't just rush in. Ideally, you want to wait for a distraction, wait for the opportune moment, and then dive into the mineral line. As back at home, stim is almost done. Up Raven. Eventually going for his medevacs. There we go. Reactors on the way for reactor medevac production. Marines are still amassing. And we're still a ways away from medevacs. I assumed that we were going to be hitting a little bit earlier here, but no, not quite. And this is going to give MidoVK more time. Getting into charge. Bay is on the way, going for Colossus, not into Storm. Drop into the mineral line. Oh, does pull away. Pulls away in time. Losing 1 probe so far. Losing up to 4. Ooh, losing up to 4. 5 workers as the auto chart does pop up. Not bad. 5 workers in total. 3 at the hands of the Raven. 1 Widowmine does waddle away as well. Does somehow survive. And MidoVK, he was quick to react with the boys, but late to react with the stalkers. Here comes the move out. Is spotted. The observer does spot the move out. Once again, the auto turret is distracting. Main army's pushing. That's a lot of bio. And again, this is going to hit with stim. Stim is done, so it's combat shields +1 finishing up eventually. Soon PM. Almost there. Drop back into the main. Once again, just causing a distraction. Spirit scans, sees a Colossus, and does he attempt to dive? It's tempting. Very tempting. No shield battery, true. Okay, Sims in. Does kite back. Kites back against Zealous. Mind shots going off. Brutal connections. Takes down the Stalkers. Late blink. Yeah, late blinks here from MinoVK. Probe's going to be going down. Stalkers going down as well. There's not really much support for the Colossus. Yeah, there's not much support left. Vikings go down. Dives on the Colossus. Oh, not quite. Goes for the Stalkers. And still just trades well. Still trades well. Takes down the Stalkers. Picks up. Pulls away. Not many Stalkers to punish. And that is brutal damage. The mineral line, the base, the army as well. Sure, the Colossus lives, but it's only really the Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. And from here, Spirit, looking comfortable, expands. Gets his own third base up and running, soon to be saturating. Spirit has the greater economy. He's up on bases, he's up on workers, commit to the Protoss. I mean, this is a terrifying position for MinoVK. He's just behind in almost every aspect. The one advantage is a Colossus, but even then, they're not that threatening. Not when there are Vikings involved. The Vikings are on the way. Spirit, he backs off. He got what he wanted. Got his damage. And here there are some ways for MinoVK to recover. I mean, think Dark Templar, Disruptors, Storm, drop play, run bys. Like, if you can catch Spirit out of position, if he can get into a mineral line, if he can get some economic damage, and if he can survive any kind of counterattack, then he can come back. But so much has to go right for MinoVK, and so much has to go wrong for Spirit. If Spirit doesn't make any mistakes here, then he should be fine. And he should run away with this. For now, Spirit, he's in position. I'm loving the safety turrets as well, just in case. We spoke about like how some ways to come back in this game. Dark Templar, so you have safety turrets in position as well. Turret here at the natural, turrets at the third. Observer gets caught out. And Spirit is pushing. And as we mentioned, the one thing that can stop him here are going to be the Disruptors. Okay. Now, if MinoVK, if he can land the juiciest Novas, he can buy some time. He can buy some time at least. There is a world. He's got 2 Disruptors. He's going to have 2 Novas. He could shut this army down. But again, they have to connect. That's the one chance to survive and to have a chance at recovering in this game. Sviado, he stems in, gets one. Never goes off. No major connection. Does take down some of the bio. Vikings get 1 Colossus, 2 Colossus left. There Ghosts now trickling in, does EMP. Again, the Ghosts are a little bit late to the party. And with that MinoVK, he might barely hold on. Nah, not even. Spirit, he sims in, he breaks through the Colossus. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will take down MinoVK. He will claim another win. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Spirit, he will claim the win. Spirit, he will claim it. I will just try to... Did I not open up the predictions? There we go. Spirit, he will claim the win. He'll take down MinoVK. Again, it was just a brutal first push. Even in the lead up to it, a lot of workers were going down from the auto turrets, from the mine shots as well. But the push in towards the bases was brutal. We saw that MinoVK wasn't quite in position. He couldn't stop the Marines. He couldn't stop the bio. And he got everything. Remember, he got a full mineral line and he got the expansion as well. And he traded against the Blink Stalkers. There was just so much going wrong. As we mentioned, there was maybe an opportunity with those Disruptors. Maybe a chance, but... Again, we had to see like the most perfect connections, and we didn't quite get them. GG. GG, well played. Oh. As with that, Spirit, he will continue his reign of dominance here. He will claim another win, and now we are getting ready for our next matchup, and this is going to be a spicy one here. Oh boy, a player that we've been hyping up quite a bit over the past couple of months. Up next is going to be... Oh, Jesus. Up next is going to be a TVT between Spirit and Percival. Oh, boy. Let's go. We're going to be jumping into a Terran versus Terran matchup. And again, Percival, he's been playing a lot of TVT recently. We did emphasize just how maybe unfortunate, or just how fate does seem to pit Percival together with Bjorn non-stop. Like, we've seen so much Percival versus Bjorn and Percival versus Bunny over the past month, over the past 2 months, referring to DreamHack Dallas, referring to EWC Korean qualifiers, referring to KSL, referring to online weeklies. For whatever reason, Percival, he's played a lot of TVTs amongst the other Korean Terrans, and it was even this week, I want to say, where Percival beat Gumiho. True, he did defeat Gumiho. That was during one of the Open Cups as well. So Percival, he has been on that grind, playing a lot of TVTs and TVPs as well, don't get me wrong. And he's been excelling, he's been improving. Has he improved enough though? I do think that out of all the challengers so far, Percival, he will pose the biggest threat, for sure. He'll pose the biggest threat here to the current King of the Hill, and we'll see if he can claim that win. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have our new challenger. We have the would-be usurper, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran for Team Little Fairy. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the red Terran player, we have the Polish Terran representing ROC Esports, the current King of the Hill with 4 wins under his belt. It is Spirit. We go. We go, as we are going to be setting up and settling in. And so far we do have our double gas opening here by Percival, double gas here out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, we do have a more economic start out of Spirit once again, similar to what we saw against Nicaragua, going for a Rax expand. Here we go. So we're getting into our TVT. Oh, there we go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series, or claim this matchup, claim this best of one. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Get your gamba going. For now, we can see Percival just scouting towards the left-hand side. He actually did check the right-hand side first before moving over and preserving his SCV. Interesting. Okay, you have my attention. Double gas opener, faster factory, and my eyes are on this initial worker. I mean, hey, it's the best of one. What do you have for us? What do you have for us? What do you got? All right, he's just leaving it just so we can tank the first shot, of course. So basically, ideally, you want this SCV to be a meat shield for the Reaper to tank the first shot, to be able to allow you to overwhelm. We'll see if he can, as there are 2 Marines to defend, and the Reaper does come in. So far, the SCV does tank out of this Reaper. So yeah, 3 Reapers back at home, and Spirit, he will hold. He will hold, he will defend, he will deflect that Reaper. CC is comfortably on the way, and Spirit holds. Spirit, he does hold on. Behind this, we do have our CC on the low ground. Unfortunately, a little bit off center, so will be lifted, will be landed. Not the biggest of deals, but it will delay Percival. So not ideal. As he's going back in, he wants his Marines. Marines are in position. Hellion as well. And Percival is getting punished. 1 Reaper goes down. He gets 1. And he's going for the other. We'll go for the other. Heli volley goes off. Marine shots as well, takes down both Reapers. Solid defense here from Spirit. What has he lost so far? 1 Marine? Oh, that's just chasing down the Hellion. 1 more volley, he will get that as well. Big overextension out of Percival. And double checking, yes, 1 Marine for what? 1 Marine for 2 Reapers, a Hellion and an SCV, and a misplaced CC as well. The early game going heavily in favor of Spirit. Spirit so far looking good. Another Marine is finally going to go down. I spoke too soon. Oh god. Oh no, he gets another Hellion. 2. And it's not like these units scale too well coming into a longer game, not by any means, but this is still nice value here out of Spirit. As Reaper dives in, gets 1 SCV kill. Oh, the surround! Spirit, calm down. Oh my god. He surrounds the Reaper. Papi, be out there. What's going on? Jesus. Percival, he just wants to play some StarCraft. Let him play, papi. Let him play. As Spirit, he has a very strong start. Very strong start here. A very efficient start out of our red Terran. Behind this, going to his 1-on-1, getting to tank and Banshee production. Meanwhile, Percival going to his own Ravens instead. These Banshees have potential for damage. The downside, of course, is that the Raven count is going to be a little bit lower for Spirit and Ravens. They can be a big part of TVT, of course, with that Inference Matrix, with those disables. So we'll see what this Banshee can get done. We shall see. See the kid and Jedi in the chats. Should as we do trade 1-to-1. But once again, I should reiterate, I should say, if you're maybe watching this tournament series for the first time, you might not be familiar with the format, but this is a King of the Hill style format, and the reason why Spirit does have a 4 next to his name is because he is on a 4-game win streak. He's got 4 wins under his belt. I would ask you, where have you been for the past 218 weeks, Pat? Yeah. But yes, King of the Hill style formats. 4 wins. Current King of the Hill. Let's go. As we do have our Banshee poised to go into the main. Poised to go in. Spirit is still building up, getting ready for his move out. Oh, nice movement here. Percival does catch out the first Raven. Ooh, disables just in time, but here comes the second Cyclone, and the Raven will fall. Okay, nice pick up here by Percival. I mean, something needs to go his way as he picks up the Raven. Here we go, Banshee does hit the main, and SCVs are going to be going down. How many, though? He can 2 shots so far, getting 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, he comes back too soon. Yeah, he comes back too soon. 6 SCV kills, getting up to 7 at the same time. Raven harass here into the main. 2 SCVs, gets 2 workers, but not much more than that. And the Banshee is still popping off, getting up to 11 SCVs. The Banshee does go down, but remember, Spirit, he didn't even research Cloak. Remember, there was no Cloak alongside this. It was purely a vanilla Banshee. 11 SCV kills is well worth the cost of a single Banshee. And the Ravens are getting caught out as well. Spirit just completely shutting Percival down. Takes down one of the Ravens, now hunting down the other. Cyclones are on the way. It's gonna be close. One more volley. Una más! Oh, ooh, doesn't get it. Whew. And 1 Raven survives. Let's go. Aye. So again, just a really rough start here for Percival. I mean, sure, he at least saves the Raven, at least takes down the Vikings, but again, worker-wise is now down. He is claiming his 3rd bases on location, so he will have the potential to catch back up economically. True. As long as he can contain. As long as he can contain. Spirit claiming his 3rd. Percival likewise rotating over, looking for a way in. Oh. See, he does catch the turrets, or the tower even. Takes on the tower, getting ready for his own backstab.
Additional supply
Does get swatted. Yes, Spirit, he can respond. As Spirit, he now catches up with his own 3rd, still maintaining that worker lead. Behind this building up his upgrades, we have a 4 CC on the way for Percival. Percival gonna slow things down, okay? After an intense early game and after a really shaky early game here out of Percival, he is gonna attempt to try to slow things down, take a 4th base. He's of course still active on the map, looking for any kind of opportunities here, and I will still say that the pressure is still on Percival to find some damage here across the map. Likewise, does at least have the upgrade lead. 2-2 has begun and 2-2's on the way. Meanwhile, oh no! As Spirit moves out and he does pull away. Jesus, I could see a world where he was just rallied into the bio, into the drop. Thankfully, pulls back. So he boosts it in, boosts back, does avoid the drop, thankfully. Will hug the edge of the map instead, as that could have been disastrous. Meanwhile, Spirit, he's not done, and getting 4 more SCVs across the map as well, getting up to 5. Ooh, getting even more. Yeah, 5, 6, 7. I mean, again, Spirit, he already had the economic lead over his opponent, now extending that even further as 8 workers go down, and the Raven lives. The Raven does survive here in the corner of the map. Spirit now moving out. And he will catch the army. Percival late. Oh no, he's late to react. He doesn't pull away. He will lose everything. The double drop does fall. Jumy gets found. And things are looking a little bit bleak here for Percival. Now, despite the losses, despite being behind in the economy, behind in the army, he can still take a fight. He can still try to outposition the main army, still engage ahead of time. We'll see how Percival can engage with the army, though, as he's being active. He's moving out once again. So is Spirit. Percival headed straight for the 4th. Does him in. Going for the CC. Spirit out of position. He does respond. He does race back home. And the CC should go down. Nice pickup. Takes down the 4th. At the same time, Spirit, he does find a free tank. And gets 1. Oh, good. Did I say 1? He's going to get 2. 1, 2, 3 tanks. Oh, good. Percival once again inattentive, losing. Oh, my God. How many? Thankfully, doesn't get the final tank. But that's still 4 tanks. 4 tanks going down for a handful of Marines. Ay, ay, ay. And earlier I was saying that Percival, despite being behind, he could still try to take a fight. But now suddenly he's down to 3 tanks against 7. The tank count is not there. Spirit, he can break through. He can break through this. Here we go. Tanks are repositioning. We do disable these 2 of them. Spirit trying to stim in. Takes down 1. Still 2 tanks left. Still 2 tanks behind this. Percival going for a backstab. Gets caught out. Be forced back. Is deflected. And Spirit is moving in. Spirit is pushing forward. We have to pull the boys. We're coming in from behind as well. Coming in for the full surround. And Spirit, can he hold on? Can he break this army? Does take down the tank line. Not bad. Takes down all the tanks. Does force back the army. But again, Percival, he is struggling here. It will cost him every worker. 22 SCVs go down for that defense. Does hold. But fun fact, despite the hold, I mean, he's still down in army. Still down in army. He's going to be up in tanks, still down in Marines. The pressure is still on Percival, but at least he killed the 4th. True. At least he killed the 4th base, so he has that going for him. Oh no, not again. Oh god. As he does unload in time. Or does he? Yeah, more reinforcements have arrived. Percival, he will lose this fight. Please out more Marines. Gonna be forced back. And Spirit, he's about to max. He's about to max out. Ay, ay, ay. Again, just some critical moments where Percival was inattentive, whether it came down to him losing his double jump across the map or losing 4 tanks unsieged. I mean, that was brutal. If it wasn't for that, he would have had a much stronger defense here and we would have a different outcome. We'd have a different game state. Meanwhile, Spirit's rotating over towards the right-hand side, going towards a planetary. Thankfully, it is a planetary, so we can hold its own for at least a time. And we do see Percival, he will collapse on this army, we'll clean it up. Nice cleanup. And we'll see if Percival can slow the game down. We'll see if he can slow the game down, max out himself. Remember, he's on 4 bases, and he has been on 4 bases for a little bit longer. So he can eventually catch up, but eventually, Spirit, he's not slowing down. Liberation has arrived. He's getting on top of the tanks as well. Oh, good. He'll get 1, 2, 3 tanks going to be falling, and he'll lose everything. Yeah, Spirit, he does it. He breaks them through, breaks through the siege line. Breaks through the main army. Doesn't have enough to break the expansion, but once again, Percival, he plummets in supply. Oh, nice catch. Gets a medevac. Gets a medevac. Oh, God. Gets a medevac, but he will lose all 3. He'll lose everything. And unfortunately, Percival just overextending. And Spirit at this point is going in for the kill. He's going in for the kill. Even if Percival survives this push, it's going to come at a cost. Another tank goes down. Spirit, he has the freedom. He has the liberation. Once again, pushing forward. And Percival is going to be his final stand here. Once again, has to pull the boys. Does push into 5 tanks. Oh, God. And tanks that popping off. The siege line here for Percival. Trades well. So tanks just go off, but against Spirit, he's just has too much. He still has too much. Takes down 18 SCVs. GG gets called. And Spirit, he will take the game and extend his lead here. 5 wins under his belt. GG. As Spirit, he is still the king of the hill. GG, well played. Again, it was a really rough start for Percival, as we were pointing out, bleeding out a lot of SCVs, bleeding out his Reapers, his Hellions. There were a couple of nice moments for Percival, kind of in the lead up, in the early to mid game, where he was able to get some key wins, like sniping the Raven, for example, the first Raven, able to catch out some of the bio as well, but there was just still so much going wrong there for Percival, specifically when it came to economic damage as well. We wrote off the Banshee, for example, right? The Banshee killing 11 SCVs, the drops getting caught out, the tanks getting caught out as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, Spirit, he will claim the win, and we are now getting ready for our next matchup. Here we go. We're going back to the land of Europa. We're going back to a non-mirror matchup. It's going to be a TVP instead. Up next, we do have a Turn vs Protoss matchup between Spirit and Jumy. Let's go. Este Jumy. And of course, Jumy, he has been excelling over the past year of play. He did have an interview recently over at DreamHack Dallas with the SE Historian, where he did kind of go through a story a little bit about how last year he did decide to dedicate more time to StarCraft during the winter of 2024. And during that period, it was a brief period, but he was able to just skyrocket ahead when it came to his skill level. He was able to get better and better results, able to achieve greater heights, and he was able to hold on to that for the majority of 2025 as well. It was so impressive to see that rise of Jumy, that I want to say fast rise of Jumy. Really impressive, and we'll see if he can show off that skill here as well. I know that Jumy, especially after DreamHack Dallas, he's been taking a little bit of time off. He's been taking some time to himself, you know, and trying to recover, especially now that we're kind of entering this off-season era of StarCraft post EWC. But despite that, still was able to achieve great heights, and I look forward to it. We'll see. We'll see if Jumy can be the one to bring Spirit down. Let's go. Yo, I see him in the chat. Let's go. Este Jumy. Percival's playing well. Percival, he had some nice moments in that last game for sure, but it did seem like he was playing a little bit off. Like, remember, he had like the off-center CC, he was bleeding out a lot of Reapers and Hellions early on, like he was a little bit inattentive, more than usual, right? Like, I want to say that some of those moments for Percival were a little bit uncharacteristic for him, so yeah, wishing the best, of course. But here we go, we're getting into our fresh best of one. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. We have our new challenger. We have our Protoss challenger. It is Jumy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner with 5 wins under his belt, we have the current king of the hill. Can anyone stop him? the Polish Protoss, sorry, the Polish Terran. I'm used to saying Polish Protoss. Ah, feels bad, man. The Polish Terran player for ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the win here against Spirit. He has been on a tear as of late, but Jumy going for the proxy. Let's go. The pylon has been thrown down, and Jumy's had it up. He's had up to here with these Terran champions. He's here to stop him. He's here to bring a stop to Spirit's reign of terror. We'll see if he can. We'll see if Spirit once again goes for a single gas opener. Again, Spirit, he's been pretty greedy and very economic every game so far when it comes to his openers. Either CC first or Rax expand. Once again, we're seeing that here as well. And we'll see if Jumy can punish. We'll see if he can punish. Jumy does confirm the single gas, does confirm the economic opener here at a Spirit. The gateway is on the way. Oh, as Jumy is going to get pounced upon. Does pull out. Does pull out. Zealot has begun. And the goal here is to delay and ideally force a cancel on the CC. Oh boy. As we are chronoing out that Zealot. Cybercore back at home. To proxy the Stalker. Behind this, Jumy is expanding. And again, we'll see how much damage he can get done. We'll see if he can cancel the command center, which will be huge. He pokes out. He's on patrol. He is on patrol, does not move out across the map. Which means he'll be ready for the Zealots. Speaking of, he's here. Yeah, oh, did he spot? Is he aware? I mean, 2 Zealots have arrived. Again, they're going for the CC. Marina's arrived as well. So far, will delay. Boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Zealot almost gets surrounded, taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Oh, does turn back around. And will be surrounded. Yeah, it does get surrounded here. The Zealots will fall. The CC will survive. And with that, he's holding on. The bunker is still on the way. There's 1 adept remaining. But Spirit, he should be fine. Yeah, he should be fine here. Adept does shade into the main. Gets an SCV. But not much more than that. Yeah, just 1 SCV. Spirit, he does hold. The bunker is complete. The CC soon to complete as well. And this opener from Jumy, I mean, it did force some damage. He did delay the CC. He forced some inefficient mining as well. That's all he really achieved. And again, he was hoping for a little bit more. Was hoping for more. I mean, shout out to Spirit for keeping the Reaper back at home. For making sure that he was in position for playing it safe. Speaking of, Reaper does move out. He has yet to confirm the tech of choice. I see in the chat, are you gonna co-stream EWC? Yes. Yes, we will be co-streaming EWC. Just like last year. And the year before. We'll be on it. Oh, hello. As Jumy not gonna be opening up Blink, opening up Charge instead. Much more aggressive here from the side of the Protoss. Okay. I mean, I assume that Jumy's gonna be going for an aggressive follow-up here and going for a charge timing. Is my assumption. As Jumy is typically more of the aggressor. Proxy's going to be found. Does find the proxy. We're going charge into D. Okay. We're going into DTs, papi. Yeah. Okay. Are we going into the gold? Oh my god. Jumy. Calm down. Okay, let's go. we're here to play some StarCraft as we have the money for it. And Jumy, yep, there we go. He does expand. It does go for the gold. So, I mean, again, Jumy, he's had a really shaky start. So we got to do something crazy to bounce back in this game. Going for the gold, going for DTs. Water Iron Drop is going to be coming in. Ooh, catching out a Stalker, not bad. Takes out a Stalker. Drop further into the main. Doesn't load. And oh my god, Jumy late to split. Yeah, late to pull away. 2 probes going down. That could have been so much worse. But so far, nice damage here from Spirit. Behind this, getting to his own 3-1-1 setup. Heading into Stim. I believe delaying tank production or skipping it. Yeah, just gets one. So one tank, then bam, straight into bio, stim, mass marine. But Spirit is still not fully aware of what's going on. He has not scouted the tech of choice. He is not aware of the expand. He's not aware of the gold. Meanwhile, the Dark Shrine I think was cancelled. Yeah, was cancelled. So no more DTs. Instead, going for the Temple Archives. Working towards Storm. Also, Jumy charge is complete, but he's not doing anything with it. Looks like he was just going for that just for safety. Just in case it was an earlier move out. And there we go, Jumy does recall. Does recall over, does saturate. With the boosted economy, he will be able to afford a lot of charge slots. Speaking of, he has +1 ground armor as well. And Spirit, he's checking for a third base. He hasn't seen anything yet. He himself is pushing. Uh-oh. And this is going to be a clutch hold. So Storm is halfway done. It's being chronoed as we speak. The Mind Shot goes off. 6 probe kills. Jumy, no reaction. Or delayed reaction even. And Jumy, he can hold against this with Storm. But he hasn't seen the move out. He's not fully aware his army is somewhat in position. But we need those Warpins, we need those Zealots. His Gateway's just now finishing up. Spirit does stem in. His Zealot's gonna be going down. Nice Storm. Very nice Storm. Does take the Storm to the face. Jumy just has to buy a little bit more time for extra Warpins. Gateway's finishing up. Mind Drop back into the main. Oh, Jumy does react. 2 probe kills. Feedback on the Raven. Looking to depower that Robo, not quite yet. Just going for the Robo itself. And so for the Mind Shields, they're connecting well. Storm's going to be coming in. Spirit does pre-split. Nice splits here by Spirit. Despite that was the final Storm. The tank survives. He stims on forward, takes down the Stalkers. And the Zelda will barely hold on. Whew. Yeah, Jumy does hold. He does defend. Remember, behind this, he has the core base. The core base is up and running. He's on a 3-base economy. But Spirit still has momentum, still has a massive army to work with. And he's so close to breaking Jumy here and now. Needs a little bit more. There's a Storm. Once again, nice pre-split. Does bring everything together. There we go, does splits. Mind Shot goes off, takes down the High Templar, takes down both. Oh my god, the target firing. And now there's no Templar. There's no Templar, there's no Storm. Spirit looks like he has done it. Looks like he has broken the natural. There's just not much left. Spirit, he is giving Jumy some time to warp in though. Uh-oh. He's giving him time. Stims in, takes down the pylon. Kites back, now we have more Zealots. Prism moves out. We'll warp in across the map. That means there's not much less to defend, and the Liberation has arrived. And even with the gold expansion, it may not matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter here. Mining's going to be denied. Spirit pushing further in. And there's no stopping Spirit. There's no stopping P out there. Oof. Prism goes down. No more counterattacks. No more reinforcements across the map. And Jumy going to try to pull off his final stand. The Storm does graze the army, but not good enough. And Spirit, he has Zana. He stims in. Ooh, does take one Storm to the face though. Does take it to the face, still takes down the entire army. There are Zealots left over. The army's getting low, it is overstimmed, but it's enough. Yeah, it's more than enough. Takes out every single Zealot. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will take down another challenger. He takes down Jumy. He is still the king of the hill. GG. GG, well played. Some cheeky builds here out of Jumy, some cheeky moves. As a reminder, he opened up with the proxy gateway across the map, which did not do the damage he was hoping for. As we mentioned, he was hoping to delay and maybe even deny the natural, but he failed to do so. Likewise, he went into a DT follow-up and even into the goal base as well. In the end, he had to cancel the Dark Shrine. In the end, the goal base did factor into the game, but Spirit, he was just so assertive. He was so aggressive after the initial defense, after he took the initial lead. He didn't let Jumy breathe. He was just constantly in his face. And GG well played. Did it bring him down? Jumy, he had some nice storms, he had some nice moments, but in the end, Spirit does take it. GG well played. And with that, that is match number 6 in the books. And now we're getting ready for our next best of. Who's it gonna be? Oh, let's go. It's gonna be a TVT, as we have some European on European action here. Here we go. We have Spirit up against Moja as a new challenger. Let's go. Let us go. As Moja is gonna be coming up next here. We're going back to the TVTs. Here we go, just catching up. Also, on my Spirit, yeah, so far it's been solid. It's been solid here, working through a lot of players. I mean, again, that's the other fun thing about this King of the Hill style format is you get to feature a lot of players because it's purely best of ones. So you go through so many players, and you can have stories like this. You can have really strong performances and really deep runs here. As we mentioned earlier, so far the current record is Byan going on a 22-game win streak, but there's been a couple of players out there that have gone for like 20-21 game win streaks, these like long insane performances. And even here, Spirit, he's had a really strong performance so far, with now I believe 7 wins under his belt. Can he go all the way? Can anyone stop this man? Let's go. Sorry, 5 wins under his belt. I think I added 1 too early. My apologies. Here we go. Here we go. As Vitas are underway, and we will soon get into this. For those who are curious as to the format of this tournament, outside of it just being a best of 1 and outside of it being just King of the Hill, the King of the Hill gets 1 veto. So Spirit, he gets a veto 1 map, and then the challenger picks from there. So the challenger kind of gets to set the stage and is able to come in with a prepared build ideally as well. Gets to come in prepared. So we'll see what Moja brings to the table. I know that he can at times have cheeky builds and some crazy all-ins. Like he can be unorthodox at times. When it comes to other future players that we could feature tonight, I have noticed players like Christiana slip by or poke their head in. I've seen Baby Marine as well. We've yet to feature too many Zerg players. Like I see GG Machine. We could be featuring Fiant later, Mixu of course. I think last week in King of the Hill we had Showtime. We've yet to feature too many Koreans. Yes, we did have Percival, but we could be seeing players like Byan, players like Creator, players like Solar. It is up to Eddie. Shout out to Eddie. Of course, Eddie is the admin and of course the owner, the organizer of the event, the owner of OSC Esports, and he's the puppet master, if you will. He gets to pick and choose who gets sent out when and where. I see Uwu Thermal lurking. I see him lunking. True. Okay. But we might just go on a short break here. We might just go on a short break just because it looks like our players need some time to get ready. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the second half of the broadcast, right? We're getting ready for match number 7, and remember, it's 15 in total. So we're almost halfway there. Almost halfway there. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next best of 1. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 218. We are almost halfway through the broadcast. We're up to our 7th best of 1 of the night, and we're here to see if the reign continues here of our current King of the Hill. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our new challenger. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. We have the Polish Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. Here we go. As So we are going to be settling into our next best of one. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our best of one. Now, I do apologize if you recall, before the break, I did mention that Spirit was going to be going up against Moja, but it looks like Moja is currently unavailable, which means we did have to find a replacement. So GG Machine did step up and did step into the ring. Now, this doesn't mean that we won't see Moja here tonight. It's possible that, again, he was unavailable, but he might be available after this or later on in the broadcast, and we'll be able to feature him later on in this tournament, in all these best of ones. So fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Until then, we do have our initial hatch gas pool, standard opener out of GG Machine. Likewise, Rax Expand out of Spirit. And welcome one and all to Oceanborn. It has been far too long. Now, it does seem like there may be some people that are a little bit newer to this tournament and newer to this format. So for those that are unaware, it isn't just best of ones, it isn't just King of the Hill, but another big feature of this tournament series, which I'm very fond of, is the tournament map pool, which is not your standard ladder maps. I mean, it does incorporate them, don't get me wrong, but it also features some other maps as well. It does feature an extended map pool, maps voted on by the players. So the players, they did vote on 3 extra maps to be added to the map pool. They voted on Oceanborn, which you're seeing here and now, which is an older map from seasons gone by. They voted for Sandworm, which is a TLMC 20 map, and Spirit Crusher as well, which I believe is also a TLMC 20 map as well. So 2 TLMC 20 maps and 1 map from, I think, 1 or 2 seasons ago at this point as well. So that's why we're featuring Oceanborn. That's why you might be thinking, hold up, is this, we were done with Oceanborn, we got rid of it. It's been, we thought it was over, but no. The ocean is back. Aye. It never left. And of course, this was a GG Machine's map of choice. You know, earlier we were giving praise to certain players like Jumy, like Percival, for their rate of improvements over the course of 2025. GG Machine is also one of them. We were giving him praise earlier today, actually, during the podcast, when we were taking note of certain results, of certain wins here in GG Machine. He recently did defeat Young Yakov in the Hack Race Ops tournament. So really cool to see. GG Machine took down, Young Yakov. I want to say he took down Nick Racked as well. Like, he had some big wins earlier last week, and we'll see if he can replicate that success. Because again, Spirit, he's been on a terrifying win streak. Meanwhile, Ling's aiming out. They zone away the initial Reaper. Behind this, we have a 1-1-1. Okay, Spirit not going for an economic opener. The Overlord Scout is going to be attempted, and GG Machine, he will scout the 1-1-1. He'll see the timing of the Tech Lab, of the Starport, of the Researching Cloak. He knows. So now he's fully aware. Again, this is a build that we don't often see, as we're going medevac first. Wait, what? Medevac first? Are we going for an armory? Hellions are amassing, Marines are amassing, the medevac has arrived. No, never mind, we're still going for Banshee play. And we're going for Hellbats. We're going for a bit of everything. Oh my god. So we're going for a Hellbat push with Banshees, with medevacs as well. Bit of everything. I'm used to seeing like Hellbats with a medevac with Marines, but the Banshee play is throwing me off a little bit here. A little bit more spicy. Now, bearing in mind the GG Machine, remember, he already scouted the aggression coming from his opponent. He didn't see everything, but he has an idea of what's coming his way. So behind this, safety Bane the Nest. So I was going for a Bane the Nest first. That means there will be Ling Bane to defend alongside the Queens. So very safe play here from GG Machine. So far, good read. For all he knows, it could be Banshee Hellbat. That's going to be a lot of Hellions. There we go. They morph into Hellbats. Baneling's in already. He needs more time. He needs to have scouted this. GG Machine is in the dark. He still doesn't see, still doesn't know. Throwing down more tumors when really we need transfuse. And the Hellbats are spotted. Yeah, there we go. Instantly morphs in the Banelings, but is it too late? Hellbats are waddling in. GG Machine has to buy some time. Does evacuate, does pull away. We can see Spirit, he does focus down one, does focus down so far one Baneling, clutch transfuse. Second Baneling goes down. He's trying to collapse in, gets a third Baneling, gets almost a fourth. And Baneling's will crash in. Gonna crash into the Marines. Medevac falls, Banshee as well. Now it's just the Queens. And GG Machine heals. Whew, he does hold on. He shuts down the main army, shuts down the Hellbats. Hellbats go down. Being cleaned up. And Jumy Machine, he does hold. He does hold, does defend. And behind this, he got away with his economy. He is now taking his gases, bearing in mind that he did delay his lair, he did delay his Eva Chambers in favor of this defense, but he's getting there, and we'll see how long he can contain his opponent. Spirit, he did delay his third base in favor of this push, and so far it was not quite worth it. Bane's gonna be morphing in, takes down the depot. Once again, looking to delay Spirit. Spirit, meanwhile, gets into the main. Jumy Machine is holding on. Shuts out all the railings. Oh, Jumy Machine getting caught out. And Spirit expands. And Spirit, he does expand. And the game will continue. From here, Jumy Machine, he will drone up to 4 bases. Meanwhile, Spirit will drone up to 3 bases. Getting his third base up and running, getting it fully saturated. Tanks will slowly build out, but Jumy Machine, thanks to his lead, he should be the first to max. Should be the first to max out. He should be the first to build up. Hydrogen is on the way. His Hydras, building up his link main. West collapsing the army. Tank blow is going up. Does take down both tanks. Nice pick off here from Jumy Machine. Very nice pick up. And the Marines are getting overlords. They're getting some tumors, but no major damage yet. Nice target firing though. Okay. Takes down the Bailings, going for the queens. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 queens going down. Brutal pickoffs. Jumy Machine is holding, but these are not bad trades here for Spirit. I mean, did lose all the Marines, true. But here come the reinforcements. And Jumy Machine, if he's not careful, he may just be broken here and now. It's getting close. And Jumy Machine gets supply blocked. Brutal choke point as well. Yeah, this position can be brutal here. Bailings, they cannot engage. Not with that Bailing speed, even then. It's going to be difficult. Spirit loads up. Going for a split push. That does mean the tank is exposed, and he's going for it. Yeah, he's going for the tank. Tank goes down. Marines, he wants a queen. Gets another queen. Takes down the mineral line as well. That's going to be 7 drone kills. Picks up, going for more workers, going for more drones. Getting even more. It's 11 drones falling. And again, Spirit doing an amazing job here at recovering this game. He had a shaky start with the failed Hellbat push. But now killing workers, picking off queens, trading well against the Ling Bane. These have been some rough moments here for Jumy Machine. Very rough. Now he's taking Hive, Lurker Den as well. He's drawn up to a decent worker count, 82, so he's gotten up to around 4 base saturation. He's got a solid economy. But now he has to catch up and spend that money. He has to catch up and build up his army. Spirit taking it to Ghost. Oh yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. Oh god. Taking up. So far, Spirit harassing, doing a good job at it as well. Getting 5 drone kills, 6. Jesus, 6 drones go down for a Liberator. Well worth it. Ghosts are amassing. Meanwhile, Jumy Machine, he has his Hive, getting to 3/3 upgrades. No ultras yet, just going in towards lurker upgrades instead. No spell casters yet either. Without Vipers, it can be difficult to deal with these libs, just with the army in general. As we've made it, we've maxed out. Let's go. Both armies are maxed. Ideally, Jumy Machine, he wants to try to catch the army on creep. The creep is looking decent. We're getting halfway across the map at this point. And again, we have access towards lurker tech, if need be. A couple of lurkers are sprinkled in. And Spirit, he's just turtling up. You know, we have center towers, we have siege lines. There are definitely openings here. This isn't the most turtle-heavy map out there, is Oceanborn, but it's setting up, and yeah, there we go. More turrets, more towers. Spirit, he's setting up his siege lines. We've been here before. I mean, hey, Oceanborn. There's been plenty of 40-minute game on Oceanborn over the past couple of years. This matchup as well. Playing the 2023 meta of StarCraft. And even some 2024. Oh, snipes going off. Catching out 3 lurkers, very nice. Takes off the lunkers. Spirit Simeon. Does Simeon, takes down the expansion. We get the Nidus into main base. The Spirit, he does respond in time, and he will shut this down. He should be able to just in time. It's going to be close. There we go. Just barely. When it comes to trying to engage here, you can see that all these choke points are going to be difficult to push through, as the map is cut in half. I'm still thinking about like Maru vs. Serral, for example, on Oceanborn, where a lot of the engagements happen in the center bases, and even then it can be difficult to engage. Machine is going for the base, going for the expansion, does get on top of the tank. Not bad, tank goes down, tank and the planetary. The Bio Army does come in from behind, does take down the lurkers, 1, 2, 3 lurkers falling, nice splits. And Jumy Machine, he will lose this army. And didn't kill many SCVs. He killed the planetary, yes, but only 5 workers. No Nidus into the natural, the army does respond. Now, coming into a later game here, this is where, as we scan these lurkers, it's gonna be one way. Yeah, every lurker goes down. He trades somewhat against the Marines, but that was a rough loss for Jumy Machine. And here we go, Vipers are on the way. I was gonna say that when it comes to refining the army here, Tank, Ghost, Liberator is kind of the go-to, and we are working towards Liberator range, so Spirit, he's getting there. He's not there yet, but he's working towards that ideal, that perfect composition. Meanwhile, Jumy Machine, he is still refusing to tech up. He's still committed to Ling, Bane, Hydra, now Viper, which is a way to break these siege lines. If you can avoid the EMPs, if you can avoid the snipes, then those Vipers, they can excel. Can pop up. Now takes down the planetary once again. Takes down another expansion. Spirit, he was out of position once again. Spirit, he does flirt with the idea of pushing onto creep, but he pulls away. Thinks better of it. Here comes Yodrick Heaven. I wouldn't be opposed to Jumy Machine getting a Spire as well and start working towards Spire upgrades, just because it will take a long time to get into that. Let's move in, deny some mining. Doesn't kill the expansion this time. That's the benefit of having an overload instead of a planetary. You can lift. Machine going for another dive. Again, this army that he's sticking with, which is almost purely Lingbane Hydra, is built to dive and is built to trade, right? It's built to trade, and ideally you want to break these expansions every time. If you fail to do so, that's when the Zerg player can fall behind. Just because they need to be trading. Spirit setting up. Once again, though, he's on creep. Oof. Rabbit's getting sniped. Does get some power bombs. Does get a blinding cloud as well. But the Bio Army does split well. Spirit is pushing forward. We have 5 Ultras on the way. And is this the time for Ultras? I mean, there are plenty of Ghosto and Liberators. I'm not so convinced. Liberators, they do catch out they do get caught out. Hydras, they catch too. And nice into the main. Once again, hoping to distract Spirits. If he can get one of these Nidus Swarms up and running, he can take over the production, he can win the game. He can win the game with one Nidus. Spirit is dealt with. Oh, sorry, the Nidus is dealt with by Spirit. Jesus. Tanks are left on their own. 3 tanks. Gets 2. Gets some of the ghosts. Yeah, no fungals, but 1 ghost does go down. Really does take down the Liberator. Again, that's the one big thing here is just how much Jumy Machine is relying on just straight up units here and straight up overwhelming. There's no Infestors, or only 1 Viper, so not too much finesse with the army. Once again, just trying to brute force his way through. Oh god. He's trying to. And the base holds. The expansion goes down. We got 7 more Ultras in production. Let's go. Jumy Machine losing 2 expansions. Heads back into the main. Back into the 3rd even. He's moving in. A nice round with some of the ghosts. Not bad. That's what, 4 or 5 ghosts going down. Ah, no detection. Wow, no detection. The ghosts up. Yeah, the ghosts extend the ground. They get free damage on the Ultras. No detection. Oof. There we go. Overseer production has begun. Feels bad, man. The ghosts, they get free damage. Still a lot of Ultras, though. She does catch the army. Actually, not bad. Catching him unsieged. Okay, let's go. Does catch him unsieged. Collapsing on the tanks. Getting on some of the ghosts as well. We had the best fight that he could have hoped for. Didn't lock down the army, but resets the tank count, resets the ghost count as well, and the Liberators. Okay. Jumy Machine, not a bad fight whatsoever. But my concern here is going to be the economy now. The banks are very similar to each other. Remember, Jumy Machine, he lost 2 expansions. We can see Spirit now double expanding himself. Taking more planetaries, taking both center bases. And Jumy Machine, he cannot let that happen. Oh my god, a massive Mule Hammer. And Spirit, he's out mining. He's out mining Jumy Machine. And again, that should not be happening. And with that, the Zerg player is falling behind. Now, they still have Mank, of course, they can still max out. But Spirit, you could argue, is taking money or taking resources away from Jumy Machine. As these center bases should belong to the Zerg. Jumy Machine is setting up. Rotating over towards the left-hand side. Looks like we'll deny this left-hand base, at least. But not the most crucial base here for Spirit. Not yet. Oh, does get one. Does get a second CC. Okay. So a second command center. Do we get a third? Do we? Nah. Spirit setting up, Spirit pushing forward. This time we have Fungals. Fungal and Parabomb here on the Metamax. A lot of Metamax go down. Brutal damage. That was what, 6? Yeah, that was Jesus. That was 6 Metamax going down. Insane damage here. Despite that, though, the base was still full. Like, despite that, the ground army is still standing strong. Takes down the hatchery, rotates once again, and as we mentioned before, like, this is Spirit's win condition, is denying these center expansions. Spirit, he already has the economic lead. Again, these bases should not belong to Spirit, but he has them. And now, as a result, you can see Spirit, the one with the bank, and GG Machine, the one struggling. As he's down to less than 1,000 minerals, there's a Georgia gas. Lurkers collapsing in. Decent fungal, but Lurkers are just lagging a little bit far behind. Decent spine shots, okay. Lurkers, they take a fight. Snipes are popping up. So do pop up. Meanwhile, 16 drone kills here. This one Liberator going ham. 18 kills on the one Lib. He's crazy. Ah. Yeah, just getting free damage, Hydras they cannot engage. We need an abduction. We need abduction or parabomb, one or the other. GG gets caught. GG Machine, he has run out of steam. He has no money. He is broke. And Spirits will claim another win. GG. GG, well played. An intense back and forth here, went all the way to the late game, but as we were mentioning, Spirit, he was able to maintain a greater economy. He took the center expansions and he was just out mining his opponent. Meanwhile, GG Machine losing base after base after base. Sure, he was able to have some nice fights and some nice moments, some nice trades, but he just could not sustain his own losses. He could not sustain his trades, not against Spirit, not in this game. GG. GG, well played. With that, Spirit who will claim another win, and now we are getting ready for our next best of one. Here we go. GG, well played. And again, shout out to GG Machine. Again, like, he had his own strong moments here in this game. Like, he definitely had some strong showings. But again, only alas some moments here and there as Spirit did claim the entire win. And who do we turn to this time? Now, I was going to say we haven't seen this work for a while. I guess we did just feature GG Machine. From here, we can go back to TVTs. We can go back to TVPs. I'm sure there are plenty of Protoss players lying in wait. I'm sure plenty of them. Oh. But it looks like we have a returning player. Looks like the original competitor is ready here. I mentioned before that Moja was missing in action, but this time he's ready. This time he's here, this time he's ready, this time he's going to be stepping up to the plate. Let's go. Let's go. Also, yo, hello, Canoia. Canoia in the chat. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Please return with the new Gettysburg map. Oh god, no. You're an animal, you're an animal. Here we go. Since game Spirit is quite far ahead at this stage, though, from my perspective. If you recall, we did mention when he took a lead, that was when he was able to double expand. When he double expanded on the right hand side, like G Machine is doing well for himself when he knocked down the expansions on the left, when he was knocking down bases, and when he was maintaining his own hatcheries as well. But there was a moment where he lost bases on the right, and when Spirit expanded, it was from then that Spirit was able to take his lead, and hold on to it. As we mentioned during the game, but here we go. We're now getting ready for our next matchup here. Again, it's going to be a TBT. Moja has been impressing as of late. Moja is an interesting player, though. He's a player that, from my understanding, has been around for a long time, but hasn't been competing until recently. He's always been a ladder hero, and for whatever reason, he just was never really too interested in competing in online tournaments or offline tournaments. And it wasn't until last year at Home Story Cup where he was kind of brought on and he made his debut, and he had a really, really impressive showing at Home Story Cup. I think it was Home Story Cup 26, if I recall correctly, and it was either 26 or 25. And everyone was quite surprised, and ever since then, I guess, you know, that competitive drive, that fire was lit within Moja, and he's been more and more active as of late, playing in online tournaments, and of course returning to Home Story Cup as well. And we'll see what he brings to the table. Let's go, especially for a best of one. As again, it is going to be Moja's map of choice, and we're going to be loading into ley lines. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the German Terran player. We have the Red Terran. Oh. Have the Red Terran himself. It is Moja. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing ROC Esports, the current king of the hill with 6 wins under his belt. It is Spirit. Yeah, shout out to Konoya, of course, a fellow caster in the scene as well, a French caster, not English, French caster, but again, a caster nonetheless. I look forward to the upcoming K-Cups, by the way. The K-Cups, I know that we weren't quite there for the French K-Cup, but I know that there's, I think after EWC, I believe there's going to be the Americas and, of course, the remaining K-Cups as well. Look forward to it. Look forward to it. For now, though. We do have our double gas open out of Moja, meanwhile single gas out of Spirit. So Spirit going for a Rax expand, meanwhile Moja going for a Rax into factory setup, something a little bit more tech heavy. Now I wouldn't put it past Moja to do something crazy and go for a 1-1-1 one base all in or something like that. We'll keep an eye on our turn play. We'll see how aggressive Moja really plans on being. Show us what you got. So now we are setting up. We can see Moja scouting here nearby, checking for proxy locations. Does check the third. Does check the center bases as well. Moja just being safe and secure. Behind this is a factory for now, just going for a Reaper. Hellion is expanding on the low ground. A crazy one base all in. As a reminder, of course, Spirit, he does have the much faster CC as he went for a more economic start. Safety bunker on the low ground and a delayed factory into his own follow-up here for Hellions, for add-ons. We'll see what we get into for both sides. We shall see. The initial Reaper Hellion does move out. Does get past the bunker, into the mineral line, gets one. Takes that one SCV. Doesn't quite get on top of the Reaper, on the top of the Marine yet. There we go, Marine does go down, but he's going to be cleaned up. Yeah, he's going to be cleaned up. This is not quite worth it here. Gets one Marine, gets one SCV. for 2 Reapers and a Hellion. Moja building up behind this, but he's going to get caught out. Yeah, he should get caught out here. Let's get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Has to race back home. He does race back. Meanwhile, Tech Lab on the factory into early Cyclone. Tech Lab on the Starport. Here we go for Raven Harass, removing going to Banshee. Spirit, he will take over the low ground. Just bullies back the Reaper Hellion. Gets into the mineral line. It's getting a bit out of hand. Thankfully, there is a Cyclone. Despite that, we'll bleed out SCVs. Free scat into the main. Confirms the Tech Labs. Confirms the production follow-up. Takes down SCV. Gets 1. 3 in total. 3 SCV kills, and with that, Spirit takes a lead. Again, it isn't just that Spirit killed workers, it's that he also went for an economic start. Remember, he went for a faster command center to begin with. The pressure was on Moja to get economic damage, but it was Spirit that did damage instead. So Spirit looking very comfortable. He's got 37 workers to the 29 of his opponent. So Spirit looking very comfortable behind this, getting to his own. The 3-1-1 setup, 3 Maxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Stim is on the way. We have Disables, we have Interference Matrix on the way as well. So far, Spirit looking solid. We'll be the first to expand and get a 3rd CC. Now, Moja, he's not out of this by any means. Like, there are definitely ways to recover in this game with auto-start harass, with pushes as well. Despite Moja having a much later 3rd base, he could be more aggressive, he could be more active, and he could delay the 3rd of Spirit by punishing, by containing. So there are ways for Moja to make use of his army. Speaking of, here comes the move out. And he's going to have soon to be 3 Ravens. So 3 Ravens, a handful of tanks. Let's push. As he moves out, he's getting his 3rd CC on location. And we'll see if Moja can get away with it. Moja's moving in. Ready for the disables. He wants that tank, and he's going to get it. Disable goes off, and the clutch on siege there out of Spirit. It does on siege, does pull away in time. The first bunker is going to go down. Does bring down the bunker. Getting within range of the CC, that will force Spirit's hand. Here we go, Spirit coming in from behind, does go for the disables. Disables to all the tanks, Sim's on it, and he's going to get all 3. Yeah, he gets all 3 tanks. GG gets called as he punishes Moja's move out, and he will lose everything in the process. GG, Spirit, he will take another win. GG, well played. He shuts down Moja. Again, there was so much pressure on Moja to contain, to get something done, but alas, Spirit, he was able to angle nicely with those Ravens, come in from behind, get the Master Sable. GG. GG, well played. Spirit, he will claim another win. He will take down Moja, and can anyone stop this man? Who do we need? Who's up next? Who's up next, Papi? Aye. Now, I mentioned Polish Protoss earlier. We have yet to see and feature any of the Polish Protosses. Referring to Christiana, Geralt, Mana. These are some of the players that I do have faith in to reliably and consistently take down someone like Spirit. We'll see if any one of them does answer the call. We'll see if we have anyone else looking to stand strong instead. I mentioned earlier that I did have eyes on Baby Marine, so we could see potentially another Terran player rise up. We could see some others as well. I did notice Christiana earlier. I did notice Euthermal. I did name drop some of the Koreans as well. Depending on the time, depending on their availability, we could see players like Beyond, like Creator, like Solar. But we'll see. We'll see who is available. See who can take it. Yo, speaking of Polish Protoss, true. I see one of them in the chat. Este Iba. Ay. I mean, we could see some Iba action as well. True. He is one of the many Polish Protosses. Ay. God damn it. Este Iba. We'll see. Who does step up? Oh, speaking of, I did mention his name earlier, and before we get into any Polish Protoss players, we do have a fellow Terran rising up instead. Here we go. Here we have him. It is going to be Spirit versus Baby Marine. Oh boy, let's go. Another TVT, assuming that we're going to be playing Terran. Another TVT. Here we go. As looks like readers are done, and we are jumping into our next game. Oh, it's going to be on Ultra Love. Okay, one of the smaller maps in the map pool, one of the more aggressive maps as well. Let's go. And I see Spirit get the A+ win streak bonus. He's almost there. he's almost there. He's on 7 so far. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Italian Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Streamer Zone. Our new challenger. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we're moving out with the SCV by the way. In the bottom left hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the Polish Terran player. We have the Blue Terran, the current King of the Hill, with 7 wins under his belt. Can anyone stop this man? Representing RC Esports, it is Spirit. As we move out with not just 1, we move out with 2 SCVs. Alright, it's going to be a short game, Pappy, as we are moving out with the Proxy 2X Reaper. The Raxes are on the way. The Proxy is being set up. The gases are being taken back at home. And Baby Marine, he is sending it across the map. And we'll see how Spirit does open. Oh, for the first time in a long time, double gas. Okay, double gas open. Now again, we have seen nothing but greed. We've seen CC first, we've seen Rax expands, we've seen a lot of economic openers out of Spirit, but not this time. For the first time in a long time, double gas, faster factory, a safer start out of Spirit. Oh boy. We have a safer start. Meanwhile, we have the initial 2X Reaper on the way. And coming into this opener, I do favor Spirit. Again, with this opener, it means faster factory, it means faster Hellion. Now, there's still a way for Baby Marine to get damage done early on and to make this worth his while. It's possible that he can get on top of the first Reaper, get on top of the first Hellion, and still overwhelm. Otherwise, this should be a defense for Spirit. He will have the tools to defend. Of course, another big part of this is whether or not he's able to react in time and able to pull the boys. If he's able to confirm what's going on, he can pre-pull the boys or have them hook keyed, have them ready to protect the first Reaper, and make sure that he doesn't lose anything too fast and too quickly here in the early game. Let's go. Why I say short game? I mean, it can be a short... Oh, sorry. If you recall, when I said a short game, I assumed that Spirit was going to go for a single gas opener, but that is not the case. Because of that, Spirit, he should be fine here, as we did mention. Like, again, he went for a safe opener. As Double Reaper into the main. Spirit, he does pull away, does react in time. The boys are being pulled, and again, it's on Spirit to maintain this first Reaper to keep it alive. Likewise, does pull away his SCVs, hasn't lost anything so far, and with that, Spirit has a very clean defense, doesn't lose a single SCV. They get low, they do not go down. So solid defense here from Spirit, and with his Spirit, he will maintain lead. He will lose 1 building SCV, so a nice pickoff here by Baby Marine. He will delay the CC. Oh, does delay at least. So he's getting some damage done. Rotating back into the main. Spirit keeping up with the rotations. Heli volley going up on the singular Reaper. More boys being pulled. And with that, does take down the Reaper here of Baby Marine. Behind this back, he's transitioning, of course. We have the factory on the way. We have the CC on the high ground. It does rotate once again, but the high go, no! It does take a massive heavy volley to the face. And yeah, he's going to be shut down. He's going to be shut down. GG, well played. With that, Spirit, he will shut him down. And Spirit claims another win. GG. GG, well played. Again, this had potential to go into a longer game state. Bay Marine, he was transitioning back at home. He was setting up, but he did overcommit. He did overextend at the natural. He lost everything. That was game. That was game then and there. It didn't have to be a shorter game. Unfortunately, it was. GG, well played. With that, Spirit, he will claim another win. He gets his 8 wins so far. I believe that might be the bonus already, but we'll see if he keeps going. We'll see if he does keep going from here. Here we go. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 10. Oh boy, who's up next? Who is up next here? Did I even open up the predictions? The game was so fast. I don't think I did. Oh no. Not like this. But here we go. We're getting ready here for our next game. I'll be sure to get the predictions going for the next one. Typically, whenever there's a proxy like that, I get engrossed into the game, so I do sometimes forget to open up the predictions. So I do apologize. For the next one, though, we'll make sure we're on it. We'll make sure. GG. GG, well played. But yes, to Rowell in the chat, hopefully my explanation was sufficient as regards to how the game did unfold. Hopefully. This is where, like, Eddie's scrambling. He's like, it's like, I wasn't ready. I have to find another player. Oh, no. It's to find another player. I mean, we did see Eba earlier, true. I see Gref lurking. I don't know if Gref is an OSC Elite member, but true. Could see some Gref action. Wouldn't be opposed to seeing like a cannon rush. Why not? Oh, Milky Cow. I did notice Milky Cow coming online, but it looks like we might have our next challenger here. Okay, we're good. We have our next challenger. It is going to be a TVZ between Spirit and Hatsu. Let's go. It's been a while. It's been a while since we featured Hatsu on the channel. Hatsu was, especially at the start of the year, was very active when it comes to online tournaments, when it comes to online open cups as well, even when it comes to OSC King of the Hill. In recent times, a little bit less active, but here we go. We're getting ready here for the TVZ. We're getting ready for our next matchup, and where are we dropping? Where are we loading in? Gonna be loading into Oceanborn. Let's go. We're getting into Oceanborn here. Once again. Unfortunately, we have yet to feature some of the TLMC 20 maps like Sandworm or Spirit Crusher. But yeah, it's a little bit nostalgic coming back into Oceanborn. I say a little bit, like, I feel like we were with Oceanborn for like a year of StarCraft, and it was only last year as well, right? Like, it's still fairly new, still fairly recent. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, we're getting into our next matchup, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Terran player. We have the Polish Terran representing ROC Esports. The current King of the Hill with 8 wins under his belt. He's crazy. Will his reign of terror ever end, or will it continue? Let's go. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the pink Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Hatsu. we go. And again, we have seen Hatsu cause some big upsets in the past, typically off of all-ins. I'll be honest, we have seen Hatsu go for some cheeky all-ins in the past and take down some bigger names, and have some surprising and yeah, some explosive results even as well. In a best of one, I feel like that's where you can really thrive. I mean, hey, that's why I don't blame Baby Marine, for example, going for 2-Rax Reaper or Proxy 2-Rax Reaper in the last game, but unfortunately, Spirit did go for a safe build, at least in the previous setup, in the previous game. Here, standard opener. Standard opener, meanwhile, Hatch, Gas Pool. So far, everything's looking normal. So far, everything's looking standard. Go. As from here, Spirit is setting up. Likewise, my eyes are going to be on the gases here of Hatsu, because so far the opener is standard, that is true, but I'm still not putting it past Hatsu to go for an earlier Roach Horn, for example, to stay in gas, more importantly, and to spend it elsewhere. So we'll keep an eye on the gases, we'll keep an eye on the droning. As the first Reaper does move out for his scouts. Meanwhile, Hatsu expanding forward towards Spirits. A bold location for the third. Let's go. Third base is on the way. Spirit does poke in. Does poke in, does dance with the Ducklings. Oh, right, before I forget, of course. I apologize. I forgot about it during the Baby Marine game, so I do apologize, but here it is. If you're in the chat, get your gambit going. As predictions are open, place your bets on who you think will claim the best of one. Do apologize for missing it in the last game. As we are nearing the tail end of the broadcast, actually. For those that are curious, for these events for OSC King of the Hills, we have 15 best of ones, and this is the 10th one. This is the 10th best of one, so we have 5 more after this. We're 2/3 of the way through the broadcast. Spirit, he's almost there. He's almost there. Until then, we saw this previously, actually. It's going to be a 1-1-1. Straight up 1-1-1 here out of Spirit. If you recall, we saw this against Cham, El Chamaco. Delayed CC, earlier Starport. From here, we can go for the earlier add-on swap into Banshee play, and we'll see how committed Spirit is going to be. Aggressive build, nonetheless. Also, I say Cham, my apologies. I believe we saw this against GG Machine, if I recall correctly. Yeah, same build. Deja vu. Same map, right? Same map, same build, going for the Hellbat push. Hellbats, Banshees, Medevac as well. We saw the same build against GG Machine. The only difference is that this time Hatsu expanded forward here to the low ground, whereas GG Machine expanded towards the left-hand side instead. But we know what's coming. Meanwhile, Hatsu, there it is. Roach Warren stayed in gas. If you recall, at the start of the game, we did mention how we were going to keep our eyes open for the early Roaches. There it is from Hatsu. This can actually work quite well against the Hellbat push that's coming. There it is. Armory's on the way. As he mentioned, because we saw the initial opener, this is the same build we saw against GG Machine. Meanwhile, we have Blind Roaches building up here for Hatsu. And again, this can work well. 6 Roaches already on the way. Now, the Banshee is going to cause some complications, of course. The Banshee is designed to shut down Roaches, I should emphasize. As the first Banshee is almost out. Hellbats are amassing. Hatsu will miss the army. They pass by each other. Uh-oh. They do pass by, which means we could end up in a weird base trade. Let's go. Send it, papi, send it. As Spirit is setting up to hit the natural, so is Hatsu. The wall is open. The Hellions get spotted. Hatsu is, for a moment distracted, but nah, Hatsu commits. Yeah, Hatsu does commit. Going for the wall at the same time. Here come the Hellbats. Yeah, Hatsu's where? Hatsu, yeah, it just does keep going. Does commit. Ooh, does get a full heal on the depot. Nicely timed there from Spirit, just buying as much time as he can. Hellbats pushing in. The Queen does go down, getting into the mineral line. Drone's going to be falling. But Banshees are amassing, and Banshees, they are ideal to defend against this. And meanwhile, Drone's getting roasted. Ravagers, they turn back around. Roach is trying to break into the main. Hatsu, where we go? Okay, Hatsu does come in. He does come in up the ramp. Files on the wall. Trying to break through, but again, a lot of roaches are falling to the one Banshee. And Ravager goes down as well. But the wall is broken. The wall is broken. Hatsu does flood in. Floods into the main. Boys are being pulled. Meanwhile, the natural base does go down. And the boys, they will get a force around. They get a force around to the roaches. And the boys, they're pretty good. The boys surround. The boys, they will kill all the roaches here. Roaches do fall. Meanwhile, Spirit's army is still just going uncontested. Still takes down 2 bases. Hatsu down to 1 hatchery. 1 base remaining. Again, I appreciate the base trade. I appreciate the chaos here, but Spirit is still in control. Spirit is still in control. GG gets called, and Spirit will take the game and will maintain his crown. GG. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, there was definitely potential. There was potential for Hatsu. I appreciate that we ended up in a weird base trade. Unfortunately, it did take a long time for Hatsu to bust into the main base. We saw that Hatsu was a little bit indecisive. If you recall, Hatsu did actually turn back around with the Ravagers for a moment before turning back over towards the natural as well. We saw that Spirit had a really clutch timing with his cooldown supply, where he was able to heal up that depot and fully heal up and bolster that wall and buy precious seconds as well. Every second did count, and in the end, Spirit did hold on to the main base. I cannot say the same for Hatsu. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, we are now 2/3 of the way through. We're now 2/3 of the way through. Match 10 has wrapped up, and now we're getting ready for match number 11. Who's up next? Who is up next? As we are getting ready, and again, we have a couple of players lined up. There are still a couple of key players that we have yet to feature here. Like, again, I mentioned earlier, I feel like is it really an OSC King of the Hill without a Polish Protoss, you know? Where's my Ziomek, my Rodzin, my Cristiano, my Mana, my Eva? where we haven't seen one yet. So no shot we go through the entire tournament without seeing at least one of them. No shot. Indy? Maybe. Oh, God. Where are they? Alright, getting ready. The other thing, of course, this is also a test of endurance. Spirit, I'm sure by now, is getting worn out. I'm sure it's been almost 3 hours, so Spirit, I'm sure he's, you know. Question is, how much sleep has he gotten? Was he laddering before the tournament? Can he go the distance? Or is he being worn down? Ooh, as I just saw someone come online. Hello. Is it who I think it is? We saw them in the chat earlier. Oh, God. The classic pink Polish Protoss. Yes, yes, exactly. Do we have him? Eddie just told me. Oh no. Said Eva, the Polish Great Hope is next to challenge. Let's go, let's go. It's gonna be Eva. He was in the chat earlier, and of course he is here. He has returned, and he has been playing a lot of his main race. Has been playing a lot of Protoss recently. True. Has been playing a lot. Also, I was just talking about how you know, his Spirit, is he getting worn down? Is he getting tired? Anyway, he's like, mate, what are you talking about? Spirit, his average TVZ is 3 hours. True. True. Oh no. Let's go. As it looks like we're gonna be loading into ley lines. I'm ready for it. As spawning in the... Oh God, what are we up to? I believe we're up to this. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of ley lines, we have the red... we have the red Terran player himself, the Polish Terran representing RSC Esports, the current king of the hill with... Sorry, with 9. Jesus, he's almost at double digits, Pappy, with 9 wins under his belt. It is a Spirit. On a 9-game win streak, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the honorary pink Polish Protoss player, but here as the blue Protoss from land of the UK representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Eva. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as predictions are underway. Let's go. And if you know anything about Eva's Protoss, you would know that he has been giving Björn a hard time, as he has been able to threaten and go toe-to-toe with Björn in the TVP matchup. But of course, Björn is a very different kind of player. He's typically a lot more aggressive, a lot more assertive. Against someone like Spirit, I want to believe that Eva has a decent chance here. We'll see if he can be the one, the chosen one, to bring down Björn. Let's go. Will it happen? Or will Björn, will he hit double digits? No shot. For now, Rax Expand, economic opener here at the Spirit. The Grey's nothing too wild. We are opening up. When it comes to Eva, when it comes to his Protoss play here, typically he's not really too assertive either. He typically thrives in the mid game. I do consider Eva to be more of a standard player, getting into +1 and Blink, getting into a Blink base opener, into 3 gates, into a 3rd base, in towards Storm. I will say that when it comes to his positional play, that's where he can really excel in the mid game when it comes to flanking High Templar and flanking Storms. As we have our tech of choice, Twilight Council opener into Blink. Technically, this can lead into a charged base opener, but again, as we mentioned before, Eva, he's typically more of a standard player. He doesn't want to be too cheeky, at least not early on. Meanwhile, Marines are amassing. Oh, it's my apologies. So we do have Rax expand into factory, into reactored marine production early on, into add-on swap. Okay. Add-on swap is on the way, but again, we are preserving quite a bit of gas here. Reactored marine into reactored Hellion. Okay. This is going to be a bit of an earlier move out. Yeah, here we go. Already being active, already does move out. Hallucination will miss the main army, will miss the Marines. And I'm a little bit concerned for Eva, not gonna lie. Thankfully, does have a safety shield battery and a force field. Oh my god. He's playing some StarCraft. Hallucination is the main base. Let's get a full scout of the setup. Confirms no earlier tech labs. Confirms the reactored Hellion. And again, back at him, he has the tools to defend. Does have the tools to defend. Spirit just waiting for his Hellions. Waiting to reinforce. Does spot the Marines. ACs. Does confirm. Stalker taking a lot of damage. Force field not available actually. Oh, a bit of mistargeting as well. Shield barrier does help, but the Hellions, they bust into the bases, they bust into the mineral line, and this is getting out of hand. Voids are being pulled, and probes are going down. Yeah, brutal damage here for Eva. Losing 3-4 probes already. Again, I just assumed that he would have a force field available, but he did not have one because of the hallucination. And 7 probe kills, a brutal start for Eva. 7 workers go down. Here comes the mine drop follow, but committed mine drop as well for Widow Mines. And again, that was brutal damage early on. We'll see if Eva can hold. So 3-gate blink into a 3rd base before the robo. Mine dropping towards the main. 4th wind mine waddling into the natural. Eva's moving out. Spirit does waddle in. Going for the mass drop. Eagle pulls away. Does pull away in time. Still losing so much mining time. Jesus. Oh no! It comes back too soon. Does come back a little bit too soon here. Oh, the retargeting. Calm down. Calm down, Bat. Gets 3. Takes down 3 workers. Meanwhile, there's still 1 mine shot here at the natural. Does borrow Iba. He comes back too soon. But does pull away, but still so much lost mining time. Ay, ay, ay. Mine shot goes off. Takes down 9 probes in total. Iba's counter-attacking. Does get into the mineral line. Needs to get some counter damage. Not bad. 5 SCVs. Okay. 6. 7 SCV kills. Getting up to 8. Not quite 9. Bleeds out a Stalker. Okay. Nice counter damage. If it wasn't for that, then Iba would be in a brutal position. But Iba does deal damage to the natural. Iba not taking this lying down. But still lost 16 probes in total. That is insane damage this early. Ideally, the Protoss wants to be up in workers and up in bases. Does have a 3rd, thankfully, but the worker count is not there. Not yet. Spirit's in a better position. It's in a stronger position here. Eventually, with the upgrades, we'll move out. We'll hit that timing with +1, with combat shields, with stim. Even here, yeah, Spirit catching a Stalker. Just picking away at Iba. Oh, he gets another Stalker as well, so that's 2 Stalkers going down. 1 probe across the map. It all slowly adds up, especially at this level of play. And Spirit is pushing. He's going for a Beyond move out. He's pushing Priest him. I jump into the main. Oh! Oh my god, once again. Does retarget. Gets 2 more. Ah, Spirit, he's having fun. He's having fun. Bad. Yeah, let's go. As Storm is done in 10 seconds. Spirit, everyone knows he loves TVP. As Zelsa gets on top of the tank. As Storm is going to be forced out. I mean, again, this is barely anything to Storm, but I mean, what else can Iba do here? Oh god, as yeah, he's done the Spirit, he's done it. He has broken through, takes down all the Stalkers, takes down the High Templar as well. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will overwhelm. He will do it. He will claim the win, and he will go on a 10-game win streak. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played. He's hit double digits, Pappy. Oh my god. GG, well played. Spirit, he cannot be stopped. He won't be stopped. Not by the likes of Iba. Not here. Not tonight. GG. GG, well played. Has reached double digits here. 10-game win streak. Can he keep going? Oh god. Can anyone stop this man? As Iba does bow out. Again, just a really brutal start. Winding it back as a reminder, Spirit, he did go for an unorthodox opener. He went for a Reactor Marine into Hellion into early move out. It was very unfortunate that, if you remember, the first hallucination of Iba missed the Marines. He missed the Marines, he missed the move out just barely, so he wasn't quite ready for it. As we mentioned, I want to say he went for a second hallucination. Because he went for the second hallucination, he had no force field ready for the army as it pushed in. As he pushed into the bases, he wasn't quite able to force field, able to wall up, able to wall off. That was 7 probes going down at the start of the game. That was already a brutal start for Iba, and things escalated from there with the mine drop play and with the aggression from Spirit. GG. GG, well played. With that, Spirit, he will claim the win, and now we are getting ready for our next matchup. Who's up next? Who is up next? We're getting ready for our 12th best of 1, and we don't have that many matches left. Again, 15 in total. 15 in total. Oh, hello. As I do notice someone logging in. And do we have another Protoss opponent? Potentially. Potentially. Oh, actually, we got a couple of... Jesus. We just saw a line of Protoss players show up. Jesus. Okay, so we have a couple of possible players here. A couple of possible picks. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Here we go. We have another Polish Protoss player from the Platinum Heroes, who's also pink, typically, or purple. Doesn't really narrow it down too much, but here we go. Up next is going to be a TVP between Spirit and Art. Here we go. This is going to be a rematch here from the Polish Championship. For those that are curious, we did cover over the weekend the Fusion Esports League Polish Championship, where the best of the best in Poland did face off against each other. And Art, he was in the same group as Spirit. That was Group B of the group stage. And Art, he did have a harder time. He was knocked out by Spirit, but we'll see if he can get his revenge here in the best of one. Let's go. We shall see. And likewise, Art, of course, I'm sure he's been practicing quite a lot and getting ready for the offline tournaments. The Fusion Esports League Krakow 2025 tournament is right around the corner after EWC, and Art is going to be there. He's going to be there. He's going to be a part of that event, of course. Likewise, so is Spirit. We'll be there. Let's go. We're jumping in. So this might be a taste of things to come. Spirit versus the Mega next. Yo. ¿A dónde está mi Dimega? Mi Dimega. Sí, papi, sí. As here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the pink Polish Protoss player, the Platinum Heroes Protoss, the player representing Platinum Heroes, our new challenger. It is Art. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the Polish Terran, the current King of the Hill with 10 wins. 10 wins under his belt, double digits, papi. It is a Spirit for ROC Esports. Since at the Mega, Cham 1-0 MaxPax, sí, Latino America OP, papi. Sí, crazy. Hi. You missed out, papi. You missed out. But yes, a rare sight featuring the double digits here in game, but it is possible to turn on those double digits. It's been a while, but it's been a while. But here we go. So far, we are going to be opening up. Once again, Spirit going for a single gas opener, rank expand out of Spirit. We saw that last game, this led into a faster reactor, into reactor marine, into a very early move out. But welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak, I would say, does favor more defensive play here. I would say that Art is going to be a little bit more comfortable getting into a longer game, but we'll see how aggressive Spirit plans on being. For now, going marine first. For now, setting up. Even pulled some extra boys here to do with the probe. Jesus. As Art is hit a pylon block. Ooh, just barely, not in time. Yeah, doesn't block, doesn't delay. Marine is out, and the probe is going to be zoned back. Probe is get the hell out of here. Gabatao true. Done. Meanwhile, if you're in the chat, yes, predictions are open. Place your bets. It is Gamba time. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. It is, it's almost 2 a.m. here in Australia, and I am giga tired. Not gonna lie, I was not feeling too well going into the podcast. We were hosting our talk show earlier, like an hour before this cast. We were hosting our talk show, and I was a little bit concerned just because I was very fatigued coming into it, and I was like, I don't know if I can do King of the Hill, and well, we made it. We've made it. Let's go. We're almost at the end, and I will go straight to bed after this. I'll get as much sleep as possible. Oh my god, as we're going for a Stargate, okay. For the first time here in our TVPs tonight, we have a Stargate opener from the Protoss, Stargate opener out of Art. Bold moves. Stargate openers are a little bit more niche nowadays in the current meta of StarCraft. There was a time when Stargate openers and Phoenix Colossus was the standard, was the go-to, but it's been a while. Like, that kind of meta has come and gone, has fallen by the wayside. Is going for an Oracle opener instead. Does open Oracle. That does threaten a shade. Behind this we have Reactor Marine into Factory Starport follow-up. Tech Lab is on the way. From here we can go into the early Cyclone or into an add-on swap. We have the answer, Cyclone. Early Cyclone, Art did get into the main base, did get a scout of the 111, did get a scout of the tech, and is aware there's no early add-on swap at least. Is aware. Did we revive Sentimiento Latino during the Pong Classic? Nah. Unfortunately not. One day, papi, one day. Un dia, papi, un dia. Tell you, we need the Mega Cup. We need the Italian Sentimento Italiano, papi. Duh. One day. As for now, Spirit, he does load up the initial Cyclone, and he's racing across the map as he moves out. The Oracle does move in. There's nothing on him to defend. There's only a handful of Marines. The Oracle can just go off. He can pop off. Going to town. Takes down the Marines. Takes down the SCVs. So far, 2 SCVs, 3 SCVs going to be going down. At the same time, here comes Spirit. He's sending it. He's going in. But again, this is a little bit careless because that's going to be a lot of economic damage. It's going to be 5 SCV kills. Oracle does fall. Spirit is going into the main. And there is plenty to defend. Not quite in the main base, but at the natural. Yeah, 3 Adepts and 2 Stalkers. Up! Oh, Mind Shield goes off, takes down a Stalker. Yeah, massive pickoff, but here comes a Warp in, and RT will hold. RT will hold on, he will defend. And despite the juggling, takes down the Cyclone. And RT bleeds out 4 pros, but again, he got 7 SCV kills across the map. Takes down the Cyclone, and he defends. He defends back at home. Phoenix production has begun, getting into early tank production, sorry, early Immortal production. As it was Stargate into Robo, not into the Bay, into Twilight Council. So we're not rushing into Colossus. Sentimento Italiano has to be cast by Lorimbo. Yes! Yes! Lorimbo, papi. Ah. That would be amazing. Not gonna lie, one day I do want to cast with Lorimbo. That'd be beautiful. Oh god. That is peak StarCraft right there. That's amazing. I do miss Sentimento Latino for sure, for sure. We need to drag that king back in. We should drag him back in. For now, behind this, we have our third TC. Now wrapping up. We have about 5 racks behind this as well. So again, a little bit greedy here from Spirit, just going for a very fast third. RT will confirm. Meanwhile, Spirit, his goal here is to sneak up on the third base and try to force a cancel. But alas, Art is in position. But no blink. True. Oh, good. Yeah, because of the Stargate opener, there is no blink. He's working towards charge. Stalker's going to have a hard time engaging. Phoenix gets caught out as well, and this third is under fire. And he can't afford to lose this. It's going to go down. Massive pickup. Nexus falls. I mean, again, he just cannot engage. He cannot engage. Spirit he picks up, pulls away. Liberation to the natural. He's just pulling Art apart. 4 more. 5, 6. No. Art, por favor. Oh god. Please, another Stalker. Another 2 Stalkers. The target firing at a Spirit. That was intentional. Ay. Spirit just getting the max efficiency out of his units here. And Art's in a rough position. Spirit, he's on 3 bases. Again, seeing a Terran player up in expansion against a Protoss in PvT is brutal. So Spirit, he's up a base, up in economy, up in workers, up in army. Art, he's got Storm on the way, but from here, a 2-base all-in would be the only way to have a chance in this game. Is if maybe if Spirit is too greedy, if he's spread too thin, if he's out of position, then maybe Art can pull this off. But it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing for Art. Let's go. We have 4 Templar. We're gonna have at least 4 Storms. 2 Immortals, a couple of Zelta warping in. And again, it's go time. Oh, Spirit is pushing as well. Okay. Spirit pushing into Art. Observer gets caught. Observer gets caught out. High Templar is forced to storm. So it's going to be one less storm. Here's going to be one less storm. Trying to rotate. Likewise, storming on the main army, not bad. It does go for the dive, does go for the storm. And again, it's all or nothing for Art. Nice storms, not bad. Storms are connecting, and he's breaking through. He's doing it. Keep going, keep going. Oh my god. Does take some ice shots to the face, but again, Artie's all in. Like, there's no third. There's no third base behind this. There's no expansion. There's no economy. It's all or nothing. He has to end the game here and now. And is Art the one? Is he the one, Patty, with a couple of well-placed storms? A poison being pulled. And the army stims in. Do we have a storm? He has two. He has two storms. He's holding on to them. Oh, no, the EMP! It does come in with the EMP. No storms remaining. Yeah. Without storms, he cannot break through. He needed... Okay, he does have one. But he needed those storms. More High Templar warping in. That was a brutal EMP. But again, there's still a full NG High Templar. Ooh, there's a full wall. Yeah, the wall is set up. EMP coming in. Nice storm on the army. But again, that was the only storm. Archons, they collapse on the pyre. Pushing on forward. Trying to get on top of the tank. Brutal choke point. Yeah, the choke point is brutal and everything's going to go down. Down to one Archon, one Immortal, one Stalker. GG gets called. Art, he barely doesn't have enough. And Spirit, he will take the game. He will extend his lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Casito, Papi Casito. That was so close. Art, again, he was completely all in. There was nothing else behind that for him. The longer the game went on, the worse it was for Art, and he had some very nice storms on Spirit's army. And I'll be honest, if that EMP didn't land, if you recall, he loaded up one Ghost, he dove on the High Templar towards the end of the game, he got one EMP on two High Templar. If that EMP didn't land, if those High Templar had those storms available as the army was pushing in, we saw how close that defense was. If he had those storms, that could have been game. That could have been game then and there. That was so close. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Spirit, he does pull it off. He does take the win. And Spirit, he will continue his reign of terror here as he will claim another victim, another win. And now we're getting ready for our next TVP. Here we go. Also, one moment here, as we're going to be going on a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have the rest of our matches. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our 13th match of the night of the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 218. And we have a crazy win streak ahead of us here. And can it be stopped? Can anyone stop this, man? Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our new challenger. We have the red Protoss player from the Netherlands. It is Hydra. Have a new challenger, our would-be usurper, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the current reigning King of the Hill. We have the blue Terran player from Atlanta, Poland, representing RSC Esports. It is Spirit. And if you're in the chat, it's Gamba time. It is Gamba time. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Who you think will claim this best of one? As again, we are nearing the end of the broadcast. We have 3 series left. We have 3 best of ones remaining. And who will claim the win? Can anyone stop Spirit? Jesus. As he has 13 wins under his belt. He can't stop. He won't stop for now. Once again, we have another TVP, and I do expect to see many more of these to come as well. Again, we still get to feature players like Geralt, players like Christiana, players like Mana. We had Eva, of course, true, and Arts. Give us more Polish Protoss. For now, though. For now, we are moving out, and again, we'll see how Hydra does compare as we're getting into our initial openers. We have seen Spirit be quite adventurous, I will say, when it comes to its early game, both against Eva and as well against Art as well. We've been seeing these more aggressive starts, these more committed openers, which can at times lead to some chaos from both sides. Referring to the Reacted Marine Cyclone drop in the last game, or Reacted Marine Reacted Hellion against Eva. Now Iraq's expand into factory. Usually watch all the ones during the night, and IGF always laughs with the sound effect. The fanfare, is beautiful. It's beautiful. We've had the fanfare since almost the beginning of the CranKy Ducklings. Like, I want to say, as Kuro is mentioning, like, Milk and Cookies is a fellow CranKy Duckling, and he recommended us to use the fanfare, and I want to say that was like maybe like our 3rd broadcast or something. I remember originally we didn't have them, but eventually we added them like really early on, like in our first couple of broadcasts. Like maybe like Sea Duckling Open number 3 or something like that. It was early on. For now, though, Spirit, he does open up. We do have the Reacted Hellion with what? Reacted Hellion, Proxy Starport. We are going for the Hellion drop. Let's go. Now, I'm assuming Hellion drop. Technically, this could be Reacted Hellion into Proxy Liberator. So we could see Liberator or Medevac. We'll see which one we go for. There it is. Medevac. It is going to be the drop. So Hellion drop into the bases here, and so far Hydra is none the wiser. So far going for a relatively safe opener, going for a 2-gate blink into a Robo, but so far is still in the dark as to what's going on. Now, how many Hellions does it take to one-shot a probe? 3. 3 Hellions will one-shot workers, so having 4 means that you do have a little bit of leeway. You can lose a Hellion and still commit, still one-shot, still wreak havoc in the bases. We'll see how quickly, we'll see how well Hydra reacts. Otherwise, this could deal critical damage. Here we go. Hydra does load up. Sorry, Spirit does load up. Does head into the mineral line. Hydra does react. And probes are going to be going down. Yeah, boys being pulled away. So far, though, it's going to be getting up to 5, getting up to 6. Yeah, 6, 7 probes going to be going down. Some of them do line up. That's going to be 10 worker kills. He loads up, heads over towards the natural base, does boost in, and more probes going to be falling out. Oh, they're getting pulled in. Yeah, they're getting pulled in, and this is getting out of hand. This is too much. This is critical damage here. 15 workers, 17. 18. Can we get up to 20? 19. 19 probes do full. Everything gets cleaned up. Thankfully, not 20, but this is still brutal damage. That should not have happened. Not that much. Not 19 probes. And Hydra's behind. Hydra, he falls heavily behind here. He has to come back in some way, shape, or form. We saw that when Arch lost too much, he was forced into a 2-base all-in. I would say the same here, but Hydra, he expands. He claims a 3rd. This is ambitious. Oh boy, so Hydra, his goal here is to recover, is to reprobe, is to resaturate, is to try to get back into this game economically, but this also means that he's going to be sacrificing his army, he's going to be sacrificing warpins, he won't really have much to work with. It's going to be a very, very difficult road to travel here to try to get back into this game and to not go for the all-in. Oh boy. Going for the Bay. Going straight for the Bay, straight for the Colossus. Now, it's still going to take a while here for Spirit to build up his army, but when he does, it's going to be an overwhelming force. Again, when it comes to economic damage, like what we just saw, it does take a while for it to kick in, but it will kick in. Already, Spirit does have a supply lead. That lead should be getting larger as time goes on. Right now, we're just waiting for the upgrades and the add-ons. We have add-ons on the way, we have upgrades on the way. And Spirit will be looking to hit that timing with Stim, with combat shields, with his tanks, with his buy, with his army. Oh boy. Now, when it comes to recovering in this game, it's not going to be about just reprobing and resaturating. We do need Hydra to get some counter damage done. Whether it's Stalkers into mineral lines, Zealot run by, Zealot drop play, we need something more here out of Hydra. Because Spirit will not be passive. If we've seen anything here tonight, no, he will not be passive. He can be willing to embrace longer and later games, but that has not been the trend of tonight's broadcast. Yeah, here he comes. I'll set up his tanks, slowly pushing out. Stim is on the horizon. And here he comes. Yeah, here comes Spirit. From here, he's expanding. He's not going for a two-base all-in. If he wanted to, he could pull the boys, to be honest. I feel like if we had a Korean in this position, he would just pull the boys and just send it across the map. Spirit does move out. There's one Colossus here on the high ground. We have a couple of force fields as well. Force fields does lay the army. Spirit stimming forward, catching out the sentries. And all three sentries will go down. Takes down the sentries. Tanks are sieging as well. Oh, might just forcing a bit of friendly fire. Best case scenario for Hydra, but it's still too much. Yeah, the tanks they get within range of the Nexus. Second Colossus comes in, but there's no support. There's nothing here. There's no Zealots. There's no Stalkers. Oh, Mind Shot goes off as well. There's no saving the expansion, and from here, Spirit, he will snowball out of control. As he can just keep going. If he wants to, he could just back off from here and take his third and get further ahead, or he could press his advantage. Again, there's no support for the Colossus. Spirit is moving in. He scans, he sees, he stims, and he will hunt this down. He will hunt down both Colossus. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will take the game. He will continue his reign as the King of the Hill. GG. Whew. GG, well played again. Just a really rough start here for Hydra. Winding it back, if you recall, it was 19 probe kills. 19 workers went down to the Hellion drop. That was critical damage. That was borderline game-ending damage, essentially. As we mentioned, from that moment, I would imagine that the best chance, the best course of action would have been to have tried to pull off an all-in. Trying to recover economically from there is difficult, to say the least. It is difficult, and again, shout out to Hydra for attempting that as well. But again, it is a big deficit to play from, and it's difficult for, I mean, even given like MaxPax or Hero or Classic in that position, it is difficult to recover from those losses. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, so we're getting ready here for our final matches as we have our next challenger. We do have some more Polish Protoss action here, as up next it's going to be Spirit versus Christianer. It's going to be a bit of a rematch. Okay, now coming into this, I'll be honest, I do lean towards, if not even favor, Christianer if this was a full series. If this was a full series, I'd be like, yo, Christianer, he's been getting the better of Spirit as of late. But this is not a full series. It's a best of one. It's a best of one, not a best of 3 or a best of 5. So given that, this can go either way. Honestly, this could go either way. I can see Christianer as being one of the few that can that can bring Spirit down. But because it's a best of one, it can still go either way. And let's go. Let's see if we can stop him. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And we are getting ready here for our second last best of one of the broadcast. Here we go. Just catching up. Talking with my coach, and he can only shine in Picosar Cups. As Kura said, the Turtle Tussle should be coming back after EWC. Basically, we also would host regular tournaments for the NA region from time to time on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis. But that has been put on hold because of Esports World Cup. When the off-season starts again, then we'll be bringing it back. Just as a heads up. That Tortuga guys coming back soon. Coming back soon. Here we go. As we have our next best of one, and once again for the third, fourth time tonight, we're going to be loading into Oceanborn. Let's go. We've been seeing quite a bit of Oceanborn tonight, actually. Quite a bit. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our brand new challenger. We have our would-be usurper. We have the blue Protoss player, the Polish Protoss, representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the Polish Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. The current King of the Hill on a 12-game win streak. And if you are in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to gamba. Predictions are open, and place your bets on who you think will claim the series as we have the initial SV moving out. Okay, we do move out for what? For an eBay block. A cheeky start here from Spirit. Again, up against all these other players, he's been going for these more aggressive starts. Instead, he is here to disrupt the economy of Cristiano. Very different approach. Very different approach. Cristiano, he is quick to scout the low ground, and from here he will pull the boys, he will force a cancel on the eBay, and he will expand on location. So again, quick scout here from Cristiano. Does zone away the SCV. Oh, ooh, does get a kill on the SCV as well. And from here, Spirit will be forced to cancel. From here, Cristiano can expand. We're going to be getting into a more standard game state setup here. Spirit going to be delaying his factory and going for the CC on the low ground after the cancel. There's a cancel. There's a refund. But Cristiano, he's here to... There's that Nexus. Yeah, he has the money for it. There it is. CC has been thrown down. The Marine will zone away the probe. We're getting into our game. We go. As from here, we have our initial openers. So far, everything's economic. Sure, we had a bit of a disrupted start for Cristiano from Spirit as well, as he had to throw down the eBay across the map. But outside of that, we're settling in. And we'll see what kind of tech we go for as well. Like, I don't really expect Cristiano to deviate. We're leading towards the Twilight Council. In towards Robo. Speaking of, there it is. Twilight Council's on the way. Standard setup out of Cristiano. Test up again with the Adept. Let's poke in. Behind this, Tech Lab is on the way. And from here we can open up Cyclone, we can go for an add-on swap, but based on the setup here, it should be a Cyclone-based opener. Just to be safe. Jeez. Never mind. I assumed it was going to be a Cyclone opener, but no, it's going to be Tech Lab into a very fast add-on swap into early Banshee. So very aggressive, very cheeky opener here out of Spirits. Likewise, Starter steps out, zones away the army. And so far there's no sentry, no hallucination. I'm loving the use of the shade. Very nice, providing that vision. As from here, Cloak is on the way. Banshee's building up early tank production as well, so this is going to be an early push, early aggression. And Cristiano is still in the dark. He still hasn't seen anything. Sealing a third base. And so far, 3-gate blink, Robo into a third, like standard opener so far. Thankfully, he does go for the Robo before third, so he does have the Observer on the way, he does have detection. But he's yet to really confirm what's going on, has yet to warp in the sentry. Instead, warping in more Stalkers. Does find the Widowmine. Nice catch. Widowmine goes down. But here comes the Banshee. Banshee towards the main. Tank will siege on the high ground. Takes down the Adept. And do we have a recall? The answer is no. Not yet. Observers across the map as well. Here comes the first Banshee. Does hit the main. And Stalkers are racing back home. He races back home, and here comes the main army for Spirit as well. So far gets 3 probes. Stalkers do punish. Jumy back. At the same time, catching out the Banshee has detection. Nice catch. Very nice. Banshee goes down. So far, Cristiano, he's holding, he's defending, but here comes the main army. And can Cristiano engage ahead of time? Leads out a Stalker. Should not have happened. Tanks are unsieged. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. First tank goes down, one more volley. Tank goes down as well. And Cristiano holds. Cristiano he holds. He shuts down the army, shuts down the push. Cristiano gets away with his third base. And Cristiano getting further ahead. Again, that was 2 Banshees and 2 tanks falling. Those were some heavy losses for Spirit. And finally, has someone brought him down? 6 SCV kills. Remember, Spirit he pulled the boys. Now he's setting up. Now he's going for his follow-up. Now we have Bunker. And now Rax's extra gas on the way. But a really rough start here for Spirit. And as we mentioned, Cristiano, he's one of those few that can stand toe-to-toe with Spirit. And he's here to knock him down. Spirit staying up defensively. Has a tank. He does dive it. Yeah, he goes for the dive. The killer instinct here for Cristiano. Takes out the tank. No detection, though. No detection. That one Banshee holding on. Observers on the way. Observers across the map. Dives on the tank once again. Takes down the tank. And they'll go for the SCVs. And again, the Banshee's getting free damage. But Cristiano still getting 5 more workers. And again, he's so close to just breaking Spirit here and now. He's so close. Uno más, papi. Uno más. Yeah, without tanks, without any kind of background to the army, it's just vanilla Marine. It's just vanilla Marines here to defend. Banshee moves out across the map. More boys being pulled, more SCVs going down. Cristiano, he should run away with this. The Banshees, they still have potential, but this time Cristiano, he can recall. He has the energy, he has the warpins even. Doesn't have the detection though. The Observer just popped. What's out, small probes could be falling. Spirit, he's holding on back at home. Oh no, the Prism! No, the Prism! Does he notice? Right now, Cristiano, he's distracted. So is Spirit. They're both focusing on the harass. Pulls away. Stim is done in a couple of seconds. Banshees are pinned back. Charge is complete, going for the warp into the main, but this time there is a bio army with Stim. And these LSA shouldn't get much done. Spirit is holding on. As it takes down the Prism as well. But Stalkers, they push in towards the natural. Spirit's being torn apart. And again, Spirit, he went on a very impressive win streak here, getting 12 wins in a row. But Cristiano, papi, yeah. It's been lying in wait. He's here. He's here to avenge his fallen Polish Protostars, like Eba. Especially Eba. True. Here to avenge. At this point, Spirit, he doesn't even have any boys to pull. Like, I would suggest that 2 base all in from this point forward, but even then it's too late just because there's barely any workers to work with. Went down to, what, 7 SCVs here on the low ground. There's not much to pull. Zealous catch reinforcements. Good movement here from Cristiano. Catching up more Marines. Picking off what little SCVs there are left. Oh, God, another 7. I mean, we only had 7. Down to 16 STVs, down to 1 base mineral line, 1 base mining. No, no. And there's the recall. I mean, hey, Spirit, he's doing a great job here at just being annoying and harassing these bases. Dropping back in. Pulling back out. Ooh, as the Banshees finally go down. And here comes the rain push. I did notice what I said. Flapjack. Ah, no. What have I done? Yeah, so here we go. Cristiano just diving on the army, collapsing in. The choke point working against Cristiano. So Spirit taking the best fight he can go for. Cristiano, I think, even killing his own gateway for a moment there just to break in. And there it is. GG gets called. Cristiano, he does it. The reign of terror is over. And Cristiano, he will take the win. And he is our new OSC King of the Hill. GG. Whew, it took 12 players. It took 12 players. But Spirit, he was worn down. His spirit was worn down by the end. And then again, Cristiano, he is one of those few that does stand toe-to-toe with Spirit, especially amongst the other Polish players out there, of course, amongst players like Mana, Geralt, Spirit, and Laser, and Cristiano, of course, as well. And again, Cristiano, he does bring him down. GG, well played. Congratulations. As Cristiano, he will claim his first win. He will claim his crown. He's the new King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. Whew, here we go. And now we are getting ready for the final best of one. The final best of one of the broadcast. We have 1 series remaining. Cristiano, can he continue his reign, or is it going to be a brief one? It happens from time to time, where we can have 1 win and then bam, we just hand it over to another player and another player and another player. It is a little bit rarer to see these big, massive win streaks. So shout out and congratulations to Spirit, because he had a very impressive performance here. May have just gone down, but hey, he went on a 12-game win streak. Not many can say that they've done that in OSC King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. And now we're getting ready for that final best of one. Let's go. Uno más, papi. Uno más. Okay. Ah, no. They're animals. Eddie, you're an animal. You're an animal, Eddie. You're an animal. Cristiano, he's like, I did it. I took down the final boss. There's like so many like soldiers like just laying waste around him. He's the final one standing. Takes down the big bad. And then boss music starts. Oh no. Oh no. It's not over, papi. It's not over. Who's up next? Up next, we have another PvT. Bam! It's gonna be Cristiano versus Björn. Let's go. Oh god. Eddie, how could you do this to Cristiano? How could... Oh god. Let him savor his win, papi. Let him savor it. As you're setting Björn at him. Ay, ay, ay. You're an animal, Eddie. You're an animal. Oh god. Let's go. Let's go. As we're getting ready for the final best of one here on the broadcast. Björn, of course, is going to be coming in as one of the heavy favorites to look to replicate the success of Spirit here. But of course, Cristiano, he can bring Björn down. Hey, if you can take down Spirit, you can take down Björn. And again, this is a best of one. So 1 game is all you need. Let's go. He was saving Beyond for the last match to try to end Spirit's streak. Oh god. Let's go. Cristiano, yes, he's like, why did the music change? What's why is the music still going? What's going on? Let's go. Huh. As Vita's underway. Vitas are underway. Players are getting ready for that final best of. Oh god. But regardless, again, shout out to Spirit, of course, for his massive win streak. It's crazy. That was crazy. I guess we'll be going over the Wikipedia page once we wrap up. We'll get there. And we might go on a short break. We might. wait, getting our players together. But we might just go on a short break here and oh, never mind. Yeah, never mind. We have our players. We have our lobby. Let's go. We are getting into the final game here. It is going to be on Ultra Love. We're getting into Ultra Love here for the final game. One of the smaller maps of the map pool. No Oceanborn, not this time. And again, it is Challenger pick. It is Beyond's pick of choice, which makes sense. Again, Terran players, we've seen a lot of aggression here from the side of Terran on Ultra Love as well. Aye. Players are getting ready. But yes, Eddie, he can be a cruel puppet master at times. Eddie. Let's go. As you can hear the beeps. And again, it's been an intense broadcast here tonight. I was hoping that it could be maybe a little bit shorter, but it was worth it though. It was worth it. With Piotr popping off, but now it's time for potentially another Terran to pop off as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have our South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Our new challenger, our new would-be usurper. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player himself, the Red Protoss, representing Offside Esports, the current and new King of the Hill. It is Cristiano. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck as we jump into our fresh best of one. And again, it is merely a best of one. Cristiano, he's the king of the hill, but Bjorn, he is one of the best in the world. In a full series, I would favor Bjorn, but in a best of one, honestly, this can go either way. Like, we've seen Cristiano take it to Bjorn before. We've seen him take some maps in the past, so I want to believe he can do it again. But again, the pressure is on as Bjorn opens up double gas. Bearing in mind as well that this was Bjorn's map of choice, and this is Ultra Love, so aggression is favored here. Shorter rush distance by ground. We've seen a lot of strong timings hit quite hard on Ultra Love, and we'll see what Bjorn exactly goes for this time. So far, double gas means a faster factory. With this, we can go into an earlier tech lab, into earlier cyclone. We can go into an add-on swap. We can go into a bit of a different start. We'll keep an eye on Bjorn. Keep an eye on him. Likewise across the map, do have a standard opener at a Cristiano. Bjorn does have tech options here, as there is that initial factory, again delayed CC from the Terran. Last game, of course, we had Cristiano opening up at Twilight Council, and I don't really expect to see Cristiano deviate too much here. A Stargate would be crazy. Robo is very out of fashion, it's very niche. The question becomes, how many gates? You know, how safe he's going to play, how committed on 2 bases. The Terran with a record for longest win streak in King of the Hill. You're not wrong. 22 wins, 22 games in a row. Yo, you thought Spirit's run was impressive, and it was impressive. You know, I don't want to take away from Spirit winning 12 wins or 12 games in a row, 12 players in a row. But Bjorn, he's got 22 under his belt. Which is insane. And so we go Twilight Council out of Cristiano. That does move out. And so far it was Reaper, Hellion out of Bjorn. Tech Lab is now on the way. Tech Lab on the factory. Is opening up Cyclone first. A little bit supply blocked. So yeah, just a little bit supply blocked there for Bjorn. Does delay for a moment. Meanwhile, we do have Cristiano opening up Twilight Council into Robo. He's walling up here at the ramp, making sure that Hellions don't cause too much of an issue here. So he's walling up. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay. I was very confused. For those that missed that, Cristiano, he followed up with double Robo, and I was like, you can't afford double Robo. What's going on? I was perplexed, Mappy, but there we go. It was a mistake. He canceled the Robo, throws down the gateway, so maybe a little bit of nervous there by Cristiano. I was legitimately speechless for a moment. I was so God. But here we go. Here we go, as Bjorn does move out with his initial drop. So it's going to be Marine Cyclone drop into the main. Meanwhile, Reaper Hellion towards the natural. So we have a multi-pronged aggression here, multi-pronged attack from Bjorn. Ooh, Cristiano claiming his third. So let's go for his third base. Drop is revealed. Hellion Reaper is holding onto it. And can he force a cancel? The base is getting low. The base is getting very low here. Looks like he will force a cancel. Ooh, as there it is, towards the end, well worth it for Bjorn, and from here he can pull away. He can pull away, Blink is a non-factor, Adept's going to be going down, Locons are brutal, going down for the Stalkers. At the same time, Reaper Hellion into the mineral line. Does lay reinforcements. Ooh, oh my god, the juggling though. He juggles well, avoids the Stalker shot, stays within long gun range, and he will get, oh my god, barely not. Doesn't get the Stalker, does pull away. Meanwhile, 4 probes, 4 workers go down at the natural. And this is well worth it for Bjorn. Remember, he gets 4 workers, takes down the Adepts, and he cancels the third base, and he survives with the medevac and with the Cyclone. Just barely. Just barely does survive. As he's tempted to go back in. A little bit greedy here from Bjorn. Yeah, a little bit greedy. Behind this, Bjorn building up, getting to his own 3-1-1 setup. Stim is on the way, tank production as well. And again, it's been a shaky start for Cristiano. Not the biggest of losses, not game-ending, not like we saw previously with 15-plus probes going down. But Cristiano has to get something done across the map. At the same time, a Raven harass here towards the natural. Goes down the auditory, gets 1, gets almost 2. 1 probe goes down. Stalkers they poke in, tank is in position, Bjorn he defends. And Bjorn delays mining. Mining time. It was a good reaction here from Cristiano. Committing to a gateway composition. Standard follow-up here. It is going to be Forge +1 and Charge on the horizon into a gateway explosion. Everything so far looking normal. Stalkers, they try to poke in. I think player never noticed when playing OSC. It always up surprised when not at all. Players do get nervous when playing online tournaments, even with a smaller prize pool. Like, nerves can be a factor. Playing in front of an audience can be a factor. Playing in front of a stream can be a factor as well. So I would hard disagree with that statement. I mean, as we saw, like we here we go. Stalkers are going to be pinned away. From here, Beyond taking his third. Does claim his third base behind this, getting to his own upgrades, building up. And so far we're selling into a longer game. Likewise, Cristiano behind this throws down his own triple robo production. Okay. That's a lot of robos early on. We saw earlier a misplaced robo, and I'm a little bit concerned that's the case here as well. I don't think we have the gas to facilitate triple robo production this early on, but sure. Oh, as the Prism gets called out. Rough movement here from Cristiano. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, some unfortunate missteps. Uncharacteristic as well. And here comes Beyond. Beyond is pushing. I mean, without that Prism, there's nothing to hold him back. Typically, with a War Prism being out here outside of the main base, you can threaten a dive, right? You can threaten a run by, you can threaten a drop, but now there's nothing to threaten Beyond. He's pushing. He's going for the kill. He's going across the map. There's going to be one Colossus to defend. There's going to be one shield battery. Nice force fields, very nice. Locks down the army, but Beyond picks up, pulls away, sets up the tanks. Does set them up. Oof, does set them up. A brutal volley's going up. Targets down the Stalkers. Yeah, that's target firing out of Beyond, and Beyond is stimming in. He's stimming on forward. Breaks through the Zealots, gets himself the Immortal. And he will break through the army. There's just nothing here. There's nothing here. There's not enough left. Again, it was a brutal start from Cristiano. Again, bleeding out that Prism was brutal. And GG gets called. Beyond, he will claim the win. He will snowball out of control. And he will be our final King of the Hill. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Beyond as he does claim the win. Again, unfortunately, Cristiano, the moment that he lost his War Prism, Beyond, he just sent everything across the map. As we were trying to emphasize towards the end there, that Prism, it isn't necessarily about the damage that it can do, but it's about the potential damage that it can achieve across the map. It typically does force a Terran player to at least keep some supply back at home or be somewhat aware of that, be kept back. Once it went down, bam, just send everything across then and there. GG. GG, well played. A strong showing there from Beyond. A little bit of a shaky performance by Cristiano. We saw the initial robo place. We saw even the triple robo, which I don't think was quite intentional either, just because you typically need extra gases to be able to facilitate triple robo production. But regardless, it was just a shaky start there. GG, well played. With that, Beyond will claim the win, and he'll be our final King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Now, the other prize, outside of just prize money, of course, but the other thing that Beyond has now achieved is he can now be invited to be the starting player for next week's King of the Hill. Again, for those of you that weren't here at the start of the broadcast, that was MaxPax. MaxPax, who was the reigning champion, the reigning king from last week, he was invited to be the starting player, and we saw how that went. If you missed out, here we go. We are switching our scenes over, and we can catch up on the bracket itself. Okay. Here we go. Actually, do you have to refresh? Do you have to set up? Beautiful. Okay, from the top, we had Cham. Cham had a crazy start. He was able to take down MaxPax with a crazy all-in on Maganatha. I do recommend the VODs if you missed out on that first series, on that first match. But Cham did take down MaxPax initially, and then Spirit, that's when he began his reign of terror. That's when Spirit, he began his insane win streak. He took down Cham, Nicorette, Mindle VK, Percival, Jumy, GG Machine, Moja is, there we go, that's a little better. Moja as well, Baby Marine, Hatsu, Iba, Art, and Hydra. Again, a crazy, insane win streak here from the side of Spirit. Finally, he was brought down by Christianer. Shout out to Christianer again, a fellow Polish player that was able to bring down Spirit. Is one of the few that can stand up to him. I will say there were some other really clutch games, like the Hatsu game was a little fun. We had like almost a pseudo base trade between Hatsu and Spirit. Likewise, some of the others did also pose threats to him, but in the end, it was Christianer to bring him down, and then Björn at the very end, of course, as we just featured, was able to bring down Christianer and be that final King of the Hill. GG, well played. And again, for those that maybe haven't tuned into this in the past, this is a tournament that has been running on a weekly basis for many years at this point, and next week will be the next OSC King of the Hill. Again, Björn is going to be invited as the starting player, as the starting king, to continue his win streak, but it'll be up to Björn if he's available or not. If he's available, then he'll be the starting player. If he isn't, then we'll have a fresh set, a fresh duo of players facing off in the initial round. So there we go. GG, well played. When it comes to our coverage of OSC King of the Hill, we do not cast this every week. It does depend on who is available. We do rotate, actually. I believe last week it was Dave. I believe Dave Testa did cover this last week, and I think Steadfast the week before. Typically, there are just alternating roster of casters, depending on who's available, who is and who isn't. So keep an eye out on the socials. Keep an eye out for who is going to be covering the event next week, because next week is it's gonna be a busy week. It's gonna be a busy week as always. Here on the CranKy Ducklings, man. You can see our schedule. We just wrapped up with our Thursday evening broadcast. We, of course, had our talk show, our podcast earlier today at 7 p.m. KST. We then just wrapped up King of the Hill Thursday evening. Tomorrow morning, we have StarCraft Evolution League. Friday morning, we have Sea Duckling Open. On Saturday, we have Sparkling Tunic Cup on Sunday. And next week, we have Esports World Cup. The EWC is right around the corner in less than a week's time. And we are going to be covering it here on the channel, just like last year. Just like last year, as always, we're going to be covering it. We do have permission to co-stream, so we're going to be co-streaming the event here on the CranKy Ducklings. So we'll be able to add our own commentary on top of the typical broadcast commentary as well. So look forward to that. Do look forward to that. We're going to be all over that here on the CranKy Ducklings, as always. Likewise, what else do we have next week? Let's double check. Next week we also have Epic Land is this weekend. True, Jesus, Epic Land is this weekend. Right. After Sparkling Tunic Cup, it's a little bit deceiving, but there's another broadcast after that event as well. Jesus. Gonna be a long weekend. We have the Platinum StarCraft 2 League June edition. The Platinum Heroes, they have been running these monthly tournaments. They missed a month because of Home Story Cup, and we're gonna be catching up. We're gonna be catching up with that tournament. We're gonna be having a catch-up event that is going to be after the STC this weekend, leading into Esports World Cup. Likewise, you have the Picasso Cup, Wardy TV Mondays as well. It's possible that those events might be rescheduled, especially because Wardy's going to be traveling, because he's going to be one of the commentators and one of the casters at EWC. So it wouldn't surprise me if he skipped Wardy TV Monday. And likewise, wouldn't surprise me if Picasso Cup was skipped as well, just because so many players are going to be traveling for that event. I know the Pig is going to be traveling as well, so everyone's going to be traveling. So there's a high chance that those weeklies won't be taking place, but if they are, we'll be there for them, 100%. Likewise, we also have the K Cups. We have Fusion Esports League next weekend. Fusion Esports League, the Crackdown tournaments. We're going to be the official English casters for that event as well. That's going to be a big offline event happening in Poland with players like Rainer, with Clem, with Lambo, and many others. They're all going to be taking part. That is going to be a couple of days after the Esports World Cup. So again, just so much StarCraft, so much content going to be taking place back to back to back. Oh boy. Likely not, since it'll be EWC, so Bjorn probably won't be starting off. It depends because, as I mentioned, when it comes to Esports World Cup, because there are going to be so many players traveling, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of these weeklies get postponed. So if they get postponed, then maybe Bjorn will be back by the time the OSC does run. It's hard to say. I don't know if anything's being postponed or anything's being rescheduled to accommodate, but there is a chance that might happen just because of EWC, right? So that is always a possibility. That's why we'll try to keep you guys updated in regards to the tournaments. Here we go. King Bjorn is back. Yes. But otherwise, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to be wrapping up here for the broadcast. And if you want to help support these events, if you enjoyed the OSC King of the Hill, then do consider following them on the socials. I believe OSC, they have their own Twitter, where again, they do post when it comes to not events just like OSC King of the Hill, but also events like the OSC Mid-Season Playoffs and other OSC tournaments like OSC Rising Star as well. So much love to OSC, much love to Eddie, as they've been running tournaments for many years at this point, and I'm sure they'll continue to run tournaments as well. Hold on, I'll just finding their accounts. There we go. It's in the chat. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. And again, we do stream every single day on a daily basis. We stream and we cast more StarCraft than any other channel out there. So if you enjoy the casting, if you enjoy the content, then consider following and consider subscribing over on YouTube as well, because all the content is uploaded on a daily basis. So if you see something that you like here, if you want to watch some StarCraft Evolution, if you want to tune into Pigasor Cup, if you want to see the Fusion Esports League Polish Championship, if you want to watch the podcast, then it's all over on YouTube. So that is the place to be. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll see you guys for the StarCraft Evolution League Last Chance qualifier. That is going to be at 9 AM KST. That's going to be in 7.5 hours. So I have around 6 hours to sleep. Then bam, we'll be back with some more StarCraft. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.